Maybe I have the episode number wrong. Maybe I don't. For some reason in my notes, I see episode 9. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe I have to change it later. I don't know.
Couldn't we just look in the notes from the games? Because that should be...
As long as you guys have been updating them all, it should be there, yeah.
Well, you've been adding the new tabs, so that's been done every time.
Yeah, because I remember I wrote down a lot of loot stuff and things in the last session, so there should be a tab for last session at least.
Well, the loot would go on separate tab.
Right. But yeah, I wrote down several characters as well. So.
Which is also another tab.
Yes, so we are on session
fuck
9.
Me then.
Because the Christmas one shot did not count as session 9. So
happened is in your some content stuff. You put episode 6, then you put Deepstone Crypt.
I know. That's because I didn't link all of them in there. So we are on Hammer the First, though.
Yeah, according to this, it should be on 10. So
we should be on 10. I just made 9.
Yeah.
I just duplicated 8 to make.
Right. All right. Yeah.
So it was still filled with notes from last time.
Fair enough. Yeah, I just logged in on it.
Yeah, to keep the formatting, so I don't have to reformat the columns each time. I just duplicate the previous one and then cut out all the notes.
All right.
MiHoYo, if I was gonna consistently play Genshin Impact, I would already do it.
No, you clearly just need to be told more often.
I know.
I pulled Albedo, so I've been having fun with the elevated one.
When you say albedo, I just think of the crazy succubus lady from
Overlord.
Albedo?
Yeah, that was last night. Aura was streaming it, and he hopped over, and he got raided by Darkmind, and Darkmind was like, "That's the true Albedo is from Overlord." But yeah, one of my favorite things to do with Albedo's little elevator thing is just using a ranged character. Because there's so many rank and file mobs that have no ranged attacks that they just stand there as you shoot them like, I guess I'll die. Because they just have no way of attacking you. But I went through and helped. I do not have Klee. I just have to use my C6 Fischl. It'll get me through there. All right. Yeah, I tried a bit on Klee's banner, but I didn't have a huge collection at that point. And I had just gotten Diluc, so I don't feel like I was required to get another Pyro character. I didn't feel the same drive that other people did. All right. Yeah, I guess I'll could move the notable NPCs to the other end, so it's over there by loot. To calendar, so it's easy to jump back and forth to.
I think that is the one tab I have never added anything to.
Yeah, I know you guys just looked at it last time a little bit, and I pointed out that it's been there from the beginning.
Yeah. Because that was the one I kept up to date for the last campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Not for this one. Then again, last campaign the notes weren't shared, so we would had some individual ones.
Yep. And that was one of the reasons why I decided to go with the shared notes, just so that it's not entirely required on one person if not everybody is here. And then also everybody can kind of chime in if like they remembered something slightly differently, or if at least one person is taking notes, you have something from last time.
Yeah.
So I'm just testing if this works, because I'm using the two browsers thing like I did last time for the Christmas game.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna do a random roll from an enemy just to see how, like, if it messes anything up. So you can ignore this. You're not actually getting murdered. I'm just seeing if this works.
Yet.
Okay, good. It does. I was making sure with having if I had both the Opera and Chrome open, it wasn't gonna break. So
Yeah, I wasn't
Good.
gonna send them like cross.
yeah, so that's good. That works.
Yeah, if we use the Discord thing, it might really
Mhm.
fuck with it.
Yeah, that's why, like, on a separate login, it started doing that. That's why they, like, popped back. I don't know if you saw it, like, a week or two ago. All of a sudden, like, a bunch of roles
Oh,
got
yeah,
dropped
that's-
into that channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then it started actually doing mine as well, and then
Mm-hmm.
I had to go in and turn those off.
I was trying to do the display in virtual tabletop, and it was, like, breaking in the other game I was in. So I had to figure out what it was doing. Reopen, close tab. There we go. Instead of jumping to my tab, I closed my tab, which is not what I wanted at all.
You didn't?
No, not when it has all my my stuff on it.
Hmm.
Maybe a little less snow. Yeah, it seems fine. Let's see if I made this image too big, because that could happen a lot.
Hello,
Hello.
Hello.
I am alive.
He made it.
Barely, it sounds like.
Hey, I'll take one hit
Oh.
point.
Barely awake. So
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
consciousness is barely alive.
3 levels of exhaustion.
That's what I felt like the entire day, so yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And I literally woke up like 10 minutes before our time. I was like, oh shit. I gotta get my shit together, eat
Seems like
something
a
real quick.
weird. 32 seems like a weird height of your map. Like, it just seems very arbitrary.
Ah, that's very divisible.
Yeah, but on a map, usually people go by. There's like, you do like 30 by 30 or 20 by 20 for like number of squares on your map.
Especially if you divide it up in 5 feet.
Yeah. Well, it's not feet. That was number of squares. That was what I was saying.
Yeah.
That's weird that it's number of squares, because usually you just go with like a flat number, because you're like, yeah, it's a 20 by 20 grid, as in it's got 20 squares. But that's not what he did. So it seems really weird.
They tried with 30, but
Some detail he realized he couldn't fit in.
Yep.
Which I've done that before. When I'm making mine, I end up with really weird dimensions. Alright. Well, so it looks like his map is actually... okay, yeah, it's just a weird one. 32 by 44.
okay, yeah.
So it may be that, yeah, he was working on it and then either cut off a bit at the end once he realized that those like end pieces didn't look good and that's what it looked like, or started as a 30 by 40 and then he decided he needed to expand a little bit. But
Yeah.
I see
Like,
officer
just 32?
wearing... Yeah. Even if it was like
30.
32 by 32, I'd be like, okay, he just picked a weird number, but sure.
No, it might have just been like he likes to pick what's it called in English? Potencies of 2? Like multiples.
Oh, multiples of 2?
Yeah.
Alright.
Which I've become very sensitive to after a certain time in my life when essentially only game I played was Minecraft.
Yep.
17 is the best number in Minecraft. Then you can have 1 piece in the middle,
Alright.
2 pieces, 8 pieces apart.
Oof. I completely forgot to look at the...
Yeah, I saw it said Warframe over there. So I was like, he's here somewhere. But he could be in the middle
Yeah.
of something, so...
He's
Alright.
alive, so
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not alive. I'm not alive. I'm completely dead.
Oh, no.
oh damn it. So we have one on one hit point and the one guy with spare the dying on 0. Great.
Mhm.
Healer! Hellja, where are you?
I'm here.
No.
Alright, so...
The dead guy denies your existence. What's your answer?
Ah, well, fuck him then.
Well, I mean, okay, if you're into that, I guess. Alright, so... On Hammer the first day of the new year, you had finished your trek to East Haven, and you had been informed about, after hiding about the Dwergar, and you told the captain and the town speaker that they were there. And you did your best, and you investigated and killed / whatever. You murdered the man that was there, who as he tried to run away. And then you set up a trap for his other workers, but upon their return, them being invisible, they did manage to escape, but you followed their tracks long enough to show to you that they were headed toward Sunblight. With that, you returned to East Haven, and you decided that for the time being, your best course of action was to head back
Maybe
towards...
not follow them into their stronghold.
Yeah, maybe not just run headlong, unprepared into a Dwergar fortress you've been told that you weren't prepared for yet, specifically by a seer. Maybe. And so you were going to head towards Dugan's Hole through Goodmead, and you were going to at least pass on the information that the Black Network were trying to become involved in the election, and maybe that for whatever their purposes were, they had backing the other candidate. And after that, you were planning on heading to Dugan's Hole to possibly investigate this falling meteorite, as you'd heard some people that were hearing something, and the meteorite was bothering them. So, with that, you spent the night in East Haven, because it was too late to get anything done. And Eon and Helja went off and forged a maul out of the shards of Chardolin that you had, which Eon then imbued with shadow magics. So he now has a shadowy crystal maul. And it is now the morning of the 2nd of Hammer. As you all awake in East Haven, some of you having a quite vivid dream, which you have, prizes that you got to bring back from the ether with. But whether or not you choose to talk to the rest of the party about your shared experience is up to you. But with that, it is the morning of the 2nd of Hammer, with the intent on heading to Goodmead and Dugan's Hole.
Give
Wonder if
me
the rest of-
dreams.
Wonder if the rest of the party believes in Santa Claus.
They must not, since they were not there to help.
Oh, that's that dream.
Yeah, they had a Santa dream
Yeah, okay.
where they saved Santa Claus.
Saved after killing. Wait.
You had to murder Lich Santa. It was fine.
Yeah, he was a bad Santa.
You could say nasty.
Yeah, you could say it was a nasty Santa.
Please don't.
But that was his name though. Was Nasta.
Really?
Yes, Santa's evil twin Nasta, who has become a lich. There was
At
a
least
great
they didn't
magic
make
war.
it Satan.
Yeah.
I mean, his parents, by calling him Nasta, really set him up for no good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, that one.
It's like names have power, just never the power we want them to have.
All right. Is there anything any of you needed to take care of in East Haven before you headed off towards Goodmead?
Oh yeah, Throg, you have the new cloak now,
so.
yeah?
Yes. He has his
Yes.
It's not Direwolf, it is the Winterwolf cloak. Made from the fur of a monstrosity of a Winterwolf.
I just like that image in my head.
It's big too.
Well, first off, I'm gonna ask Ian and Helga, what's that fancy new mall you cooked?
Well, this blessed thing, I say with a little smirk.
Blessed. Huff.
Helga, like, why did I do this?
Necessary evil.
Things must be done.
Well, yeah, well, it's a big mall that's very handy for smashing things with. It's a bit hard to see where it goes when it's dark.
I'll pull this up. I took a crack at my amateur drawing skills of drawing a mall. It looks terrible, but so far that is the canonical mall that it is. So, if I can remember where I put it.
I need to frame this on my wall.
Well, I mean, you can at least wait until I've got colors on it or something. But export image file. Let's just put it on the desktop. So I'll stick it in-game. Unless you're watching the stream, then you can just see it, because I had to pull it open to do that. So, but there you go. There's your canonical dark mall so far, because the head is made of crystal.
Oh, so we didn't go with the twin-headed lightsaber design?
No.
It's a bit hard to explain that that's a mall.
Wait, where did you post it?
In-game.
Like Discord.
The Discord
Yeah,
in-game
channel.
There. Right. Why didn't you just post the Naru mall from WoW?
Because I drew this one, thank you.
This is the original drawing.
Yeah. This is the
and thus
dark
worth
mall.
a lot more.
Yeah.
The Naru one is of light.
Right.
Trying to get those sweet art commissions in.
Band? Somebody was asking if I wanted to get famous and buy viewers. So,
Oh,
yeah, the answer was
I
no,
mean, you
obviously.
should-
Listen, if I wanted
Oh.
viewers, I wouldn't be streaming D&D at 10 a.m. my time with just random friends of mine, okay? I'm here for fun.
Yeah. I was, but when you started that sentence, I was like, if I want to be famous, I wouldn't be streaming with these idiots.
No, it's just like, 10 a.m. only on Saturdays. Like, I'm not doing this for a viewer base. All right.
No.
So, yeah, that's the Dark Mall. It obviously looks more shadowy and crystally than my amateur art skills puts in, but there it is.
Well, like
It's-
as colors gets added, that would probably be more obvious.
Yeah. But the thing is that only the head, it's like the actual part you hit people with, that's what's made of Chardelin.
Mm.
The rest of it is
So-
your standard, mall. It's the metal and wood and leather wraps. So you have a nice handle. You're not just like grabbing a stick of crystal and hitting people with the head of a crystal.
Good, because that would look silly.
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, depends.
If I drew it, it would look really silly. It would look like a weird purple lollipop.
Perfect.
Sounds fine by me.
And this mall has been tested in our dreams.
I mean, you also would have tested it right after you made it, because you have to make sure it's a serviceable weapon. But yes, your dream, you brought your maul with you.
It's like I'm not sure. I appreciate the way like my blacksmithing skills are being called into question here.
By the picture.
No, I meant more the fact that it needed testing. Of course, it would be perfect. That's made by me.
Well, until he enchanted it, it was just a maul made of Chardelin. It would have just
Yeah.
been a normal maul block, and you would have worked fine as just hitting people with a piece of crystal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you guys need to do anything? Are you going to ask any more questions about his dark maul? Or are we ready to hit the road?
Can I have it?
It's like no. This mall has been blessed by Levistus. I don't even think you would like it.
Blessed.
Care?
Please. Years.
It's a weapon. Who cares what blessing it has?
I care.
Well, yeah, but Throg, next time we'll find some Charlin, maybe we'll make a weapon for you, like a
or
big
that
axe.
other cool metal.
Axe, please.
He
Yeah,
gets to roll them
maybe
sweet
if
D12s.
you found some interesting, fascinating metal, we could make something fancy of it.
Well, let's not get started on that.
If
Yeah.
only there were fancy metals out there. All right.
Yeah.
Assuming you guys don't need anything else, you pack up your newfound sled dogs and sled, and you head off towards Goodmead.
Oh yeah, I forgot those.
Yeah, you got a sled dog. You got 2 sled dogs and a sled now.
So that can carry your stuff, but not
Yes.
us, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's enough that you guys could carry. It's like 450 pounds of stuff, something like that. I think might be
Not
more.
stuff.
But
Yeah, around 400.
yeah,
I
because
seem
it
to
doesn't have
remember.
to all fit on the sled either. As long as it could be like drug behind the sled, it's fine.
Hmm.
So
So yeah.
you guys head off, and I just need to go back to the top to check length. So it is 4.5 hours to Goodmead, and you guys travel along the way, and along the way there, you do see the oncoming signs of a blizzard coming in either late tonight or early tomorrow morning. You can tell just from the way that the clouds are moving in, and it's even darker than you would normally be expecting about this time.
Yay.
But after your 4.5 hours, you find your way to Goodmead.
Excellent. And now there's only like a few days until the election, right? 1 or 2.
It is on the calendar. The election is is tomorrow. It's on the 3rd.
Oh. Right. So I figure I'd be heading to Olivessa,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
with the rest of the people and tell her what we know, right? See if she's home first.
Okay, so you head over to Olivessa's house, and she welcomes you inside once again, and wonders if she should be expecting you guys for the night, because as before, as long as you feed yourselves, you always have a warm roof at her house.
I don't. We'll still have time to get to Dugan's Hole tonight,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
As long as you don't spend more than like 1 or 2 hours, you have plenty of time to make it to Dugan's Hole.
Well,
We're probably just gonna drop by unless something unexpected comes up, because we're on our way to Dugan's Hole. But we did find out something about tomorrow's election
Oh yeah.
that we thought we might at least tell you.
Well,
What you
go
do with
on.
that information, of course, is on up to you. It seems that a certain shadowy organization might want Shandar to be the one to win the election.
Are you specifically telling her which shadowy organization it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, because I'm assuming she would ask and then I'd tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, from what we've gathered, it does not seem like Shandar is aware that he might be their pick.
Okay.
Or at least adequate at, hiding that fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like I said, he might not be aware. Like, we didn't find any obvious or even less obvious traces that he's knowingly taking their help.
Okay. Whichever between Niker and Eon, whoever has the higher persuasion, both of you, whoever has the higher one, roll with advantage, because you're both talking to her about it.
Let's see. It's probably Ian,
right.
because I don't have proficiency in persuasion, and I have a -1 in charisma.
All right. So she takes your advice to heart, and whether or not Shandar is willingly serving the Zentarim, she doesn't feel safe knowing the Zentarim always have some ulterior motive, and that if they want Shandar elected, it has to be for some reason. So she is going to spend this last afternoon spreading what she can as actually pushing for the election instead of just kind of passively letting it happen. You don't know yet. Like, it doesn't make it necessarily a sure thing, but she was going to try more.
Yeah.
She thanks you for finding out what you did, since she didn't know anything at all and had asked you guys to look into it. And with that, is that all you wanted to do in Goodmead? Are you guys ready to head back off?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yep. We wish her well. Take care of yourself.
I guess we could check in on if there's been any more trouble with the beer delivery service.
There has not been any other interruptions with Mead. It has resumed normal delivery to the other towns. Of note, you do note that the town militia is basically constantly on call now, and they are guarding the Mead Hall. There is always 2 of them on guard now, because they had 2 attacks in less than a month, and they can't risk the entire livelihood of the town being ruined.
Yeah.
Again.
That makes sense.
Again. Okay. So, you guys head off and head towards Dugan's Hole. So, you guys spend believe it's just 2 hours to get to Dugan's Hole. Let me go back to that page. It's 4 hours. So you get there. I'm going to effectively not care about the fact that it's 8.5 hours of travel because you haven't gone a whole nother hour. So you guys get to Dugan's Hole for the day just as you kind of wind everything down and you're all getting tired. As you recall, the box in purple is the house of the woman that you rescued her 2 kids.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a guess that that's probably the easiest place to find the roof over the head.
Probably the
That was-
only place.
Yes, that was the one
Especially with
thing they
Blizzard
told you
incoming.
was that you could stay with them. They couldn't really she gave you the boots and offered you a place to stay, and that was about it.
Yeah, she gave us really, really nice boots, so
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those
I'm
are
not
some
complaining.
Well, especially not because you have them.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's
Hey.
her name is Hilda.
No one else wanted them.
So you head back to Hilda's house, where she and her 2 children welcome you back in openly and warmly. And once again, it's a very simple house. So you have open room on the floor where you can set up your own sleeping bags and things like that. But she does mention to you that yesterday some travelers actually showed up in town looking for... They didn't know your names, but they knew you as a roving band of adventurers, that they were looking for you, and that there appeared...
Oh, they were actually looking for us.
Were
Yes.
they perhaps a bit mad
She
or
doesn't,
crazy?
she doesn't know
type
if they were
of mad?
crazy, but there were 4 of them.
Did they seem friendly?
They didn't seem violent. They've been put up in the speaker's house.
Well, Rime seems a bit
He's ready to
violent
go.
there.
He's ready to go. No questions asked.
They were looking for us. I'm ready.
But they seemed more like townsfolk and not like other adventurers or well equipped for the like.
You're angry assassins.
Right.
I suppose we might as well head there now and see. We can talk with them, see what they want before we go to bed.
Yeah, it's still like early.
Yeah, it'd be early evening at this point, so you have
We
time.
can't travel anymore because we already traveled our fair share today, but
Mm-hmm.
we can still walk around.
Okay. So
As long as we get back inside before the blizzard hits, we're fine, I guess.
even then, yeah, as long as you stayed in Dugan's Hole, the blizzard wouldn't be a problem. It's the blizzard makes it so that you can get lost in the wilderness because it covers up all tracks and everything like that. So it becomes much harder to find your way. Your limited vision is reduced even more than before. So there's effectively in-game rules. It makes it so while you're traversing the wilderness anywhere, including a road, you have to roll on a table to see whether you get lost or not, and then what happens because you got lost.
Big Ranger.
But like walking from building to building inside town, because you have your cold weather gear, yeah, it would just it'd be much more windy, and you'd know that it'd be a problem if you left town. But as long as you don't leave town, you're going to be fine.
And then I guess it's up to hoping that the blizzard hits overnight and has calmed down by the morning.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's nothing we can do about that, so we'll just hope and look for these guys while we have the time.
So you head over to the speaker's house. Did
How
you have-
uncommon are blizzards in this area?
not uncommon.
Yeah.
They happen fairly it would happen as often as any kind of big thunderstorm would happen, but because everything is frozen, that's the only kind of storm you have.
Yeah.
They're usually much more dangerous if you are either out in the wilderness or you're on a boat on the sea of moving ice. So when you guys go to the speaker's house, You can hear voices inside. They're not raised or anything, but you can tell that there are people present. And the door is unlocked version of open. You can see by looking at it. The speaker's house here does have you would know from before. I know you didn't we didn't go in it, but there's like a kind of a entrance area. It's not just like immediately like into his living room. He has like a seating area for people that want to kind of have small meetings. So you know that would be the first thing you get to as you get in there. Yeah, because I was going to say...
really have like a tavern or anything
Correct.
else,
There is no tavern, so this front room is kind of the only meeting area they have. But yes, Roots, that's why, because I was going to say the door is open with the meaning of the door is unlocked, but no one's door is just open in Icewind Dale because, like, no one's dumb. They're not going to freeze to death. So you guys...
So I kick open the door screaming and charge.
Correct. This is the only way. This is the only way to enter a room as an orc.
It is the way.
This is the way.
I mean, if you try, I try to like
I'm not.
make you stumble and fall headfirst into the door to at least make it a slapstick instead of an aggressive entrance.
I'm gonna propose we go and like use the handle and open the door.
Okay. So you guys open the door and step inside, and you can see inside Dugan's Hole, inside their meeting area, is I believe you met her before. I could be wrong. Edgra Dermot, who is the town speaker, and she.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And she is older, and she is speaking with 4 people who you do not recognize, just kind of all sitting around in the opening room, and they all turn and look at you as you come in. And Edgra, like, you know, her eyes kind of light up a little bit, and she goes, "Ah, yes, I was telling them I wasn't sure that this was the best place to wait. You all seemed about your own business when you came and left last time, but they seemed hard set to wait for you here, knowing that at some point you must come back this way." And with that, Edgra goes on to introduce the 4 of them. And I will type out their names after I say them, so you have the spellings. It's Veda Starsprit, Nars Beldrun, Telvaster Hanging Bell, and Casca Lang.
The third one sounds like a dwarf.
It doesn't actually specify, so it could be.
Okay.
It's just that Casca Lang is a 30-year-old author writing a mystery novel about a series of fictional murders in Tentown. So it doesn't say. Casca can be whatever we want Casca to be. All right. Veda, Starsplit, Nars Beldrin, Telvaster, Hanging Bell, and Casca Lang. They are all approximately 30 years old, and they are from all over 10 towns. They have all come to you, looking you out, because they were drawn together by a shared common experience. And that is that they cannot sleep at night, because when they sleep, there is this message that invades their mind, which prevents them from sleeping. It's in a language they cannot understand, but they know where the message is coming from. But they want you to investigate this and just make it stop. They don't care about it. They just want a peaceful night's sleep.
Who was the author?
The author is Casca Lang.
I guess Nyker can relate quite a bit to this.
I was about to say, yeah.
And
Not for the same reason, but still.
Yeah. But presumably not.
And I have to send a DM to one person, because one person also knows something else.
Huh, interesting. I wonder what that one
She was
person is.
the author of murder mystery novels in Tentown.
No, no one is the murder mystery novel person.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so are they willing to tell us specifically where it is? Like, yeah.
They can just describe the direction to you from where it came from, because basically the message calls to them, and they can feel where it is. We can't explain it. We know somehow where it is, and they describe to you very much like you expected. Dun, 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 that they are describing roughly that same peak between those two mountains. Yeah. That's where it seems to be coming from, where the Finn Bar, I don't remember how his full name went, but where he described he saw the meteorite fall.
Yeah.
And they've scrounged up what they could together, and if you silence this signal, they have gotten together 250 gold that they will pay you.
That is quite the amount of money for assumingly not especially wealthy people from 10 towns.
They have to be kind of wealthy people.
Not especially wealthy people.
Like I said,
I mean, anyone who
presumably
can work as a author kind of needs to have money already. I'd say.
Depends.
But I'm like positive to look into this, but I mean we can't like guarantee anything. What do the rest think?
Well, we did come here looking for you after we heard about your group. And that meteorite had caught our attention before, so I do not think that any of us would object now to looking into it. Can you maybe reproduce some of the words, even if you don't know what they mean, that you hear in your dreams?
Sure. They can recant it back to you, and I'm going to go look at everybody's character sheets to see what languages you all know. Mm-hmm. So I hope your character sheets are up to date with at least what languages you know.
Yeah. Right now it would be real beneficial to have like tongues and stuff.
But you'd have to have it currently active too.
Yeah.
As part of that.
Let's see.
Because I thought one of you picked this up, but I can't remember, so I'm double checking.
Well, because I know Sylvan.
Yep. Okay, so one of you does know it. So, to everyone, they kind of repeat this weird message that sounds otherworldly, but it also sounds like they're probably pronouncing it wrong. And that is because they don't understand what the words actually are. It takes the four of them together kind of working it out. And the person who understands it, I'm going to send it to you, and you can tell that they're just bad at pronouncing it. But that this is indeed the message that comes across. And whether or not that player decides to share anything is up to them. But that's the message.
Well, that certainly sounds like something happened over there, and it might not be a normal meteorite.
Does not sound like a stone. That is correct. Don't know what to make of it though, but I guess we can go look.
Yeah.
Uh,
Only way to find out, really.
yeah, it's just kind of like.
I'm assuming you guys don't want to come along.
No,
Okay.
no, they have no interest in adventuring into 10 towns outside of 10 towns.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure of that.
Yep.
And you're sticking around here, right? Or are you traveling somewhere else now
no,
that you've found us?
If you are willing to investigate it, they will wait here in Dugan's Hole.
Right. Do they get? Can I ask you whether they get like other things like visions, or is it only like this message?
It is a repeating, spoken message directly into their brains.
And only at night, or like an entire time?
It's kind of all the time, but at night it prevents them from sleeping. They can drone it out during the day by like trying to do things and kind of keeping themselves active. You can kind of ignore it, but it's there the whole time.
All right.
Okay, so would it be Arcana to try and figure out why these four specifically are receiving this message?
An Arcana check could give you some insight into that.
And I'll try. Never mind.
Yeah, you can't figure out a specific reason why these four would be picked. That nothing seems all that, otherworldly or special about them.
Yeah. Like, obviously out of character. And in character, maybe I have, like, one or two inklings. But, like, out of character, I have a few more. But that's mainly because of a very active imagination, not because I actually know something.
Listen, I can imagine why we'd pick these four people. I don't know if that's the reason, but I could come up with some horrible circumstances.
Like, and none
Or
of
some
them are
fun
like
ones.
magic users or like. No.
Yeah, but you've got some magic users with you, so why wouldn't you guys have been picked?
Yeah, but like.
So how
Yeah, no,
do
like
these...
that's what I try to figure out. Like, what is the connection between them?
Mm-hmm.
So how did the
What
four of
makes
them
them
meet each other?
They started talking about the difficulties that they were living through, and they heard rumors of people in nearby towns because let me jump back to make sure I get the right one. Nars Beldrun is, you find a shipwright from Targos, and he had heard of Telvaster Hanging Bell having the same kind of problem sleeping, and he was in Bryn Shander. So they, Nars went to meet up with Telvaster, and
because they all had the problems, they started asking around. And
right, and then rumors passed from town to town that, oh yeah, somebody else over there is complaining about that same one.
Did they say when it started as well?
It started, you find, the day after the child said the meteorite fell, which they don't have an exact day. They weren't keeping track. But it lines up with when the meteorite crashed, according to Finn.
Which is about like a 10-day ago at this point, right?
I believe it was...
Or 2?
It would be 10 days ago now. Because he had talked about how it had happened like a 10-day ago when you talked with them last time.
Mm-hmm.
Which was like 6 or 7 days ago.
Yeah. Because since then we've gone all the way up to Kerkernik, back to East Haven, and then back to Dugan's Hole.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I just wonder if there's anything more we can learn before we head out.
Well, for now, I'll... Like, it's obvious they don't know the language this is
Correct.
spoken in. So they probably have absolutely not the faintest idea what is going on here.
No, not at all.
So I don't think we'll get more out of them. Except maybe if we try to like interrogate them more about the message and the feeling of pulling, but I think we got everything. Because like they don't seem to know more than it keeps us awake, it keeps repeating, and we can't fucking sleep. Please make it stop.
And
Yeah,
somehow the message, like, when they hear it, they can also know exactly where it's coming from.
Yeah. So the message comes with an innate sense of place, which by itself is pretty supernatural.
Sounds like some Cthulhu level shit to me.
Listen, I'm not saying I'm having you try to fight an old god, okay?
But he's also not saying that. So
Yeah. But yeah, for now, let's head back and turn in for the night. Hope that tomorrow morning isn't too blizzardy, so we can start our trek towards that potential impact site.
it's a meteorite. Yeah. I support that motion.
Yep. And then as soon as we get out, so that was deep speech.
Wait, what?
And I want to talk to Telvaster. I recognize his last name.
Oh,
Okay, what do you want to talk to Telvaster about?
okay. Then I'll wait.
Yeah,
till-
before. This is obviously before.
Yeah.
I also, when we exit, I also want to speak to the party.
Okay.
I just want to try and figure out what a well-off merchant's son is doing all the way in 10 towns.
Are you trying to hide the fact of how you might know who he is?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll deception. Not that you're actively lying, but you're trying to ask in a way that doesn't give away any of your history.
So it's
Ooh. So,
wow.
he seems totally taken aback that you have figured out who he is, and you do not seem to have given away anything about your history.
I'm here for your
He
head.
kind of looks you up and down real quick, and he goes, You wouldn't be from my father. That wouldn't make any sense. But I'm just... You could call it a winter vacation, but it turned out to be more winter than I was hoping for, and less vacation.
Inside.
There is always winter. How could it be less winter?
He wants to be lazy, and just live off his wealthy family's money, but then he came to 10 Towns to do it, and then he found out 10 Towns is big fucked, so it's not so restful as he was hoping.
Okay. And I'm guessing that is about
Throg
the
was just
feeling I get from
confused
the
about
inside
how...
as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with your insight.
Yeah. Okay.
He seemed too taken aback to try to hide anything from the way Raymerl caught him off guard.
Yeah.
He didn't think anyone this far north would know who he was.
Who is he, guys?
I mean,
Well,
do you
the
have that
merchant
in
side.
front of everyone?
So as you guys step out, because unless you wanted to talk to him more about it, Roots. Okay, so as you guys step out, Raymerl can share
Yeah,
that the Hanging Bells are a very wealthy merchant family based out of Neverwinter. And that apparently Telvaster, one of the sons of it, doesn't make a lot of sense that he would be up here.
And now we know how they got the 200 gold.
And now you know how they have 250 gold to pay you off.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna guess that was 247 of the gold.
Basically, yeah.
Contributed too.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Okay. Good. And after you
step out, it's also revealed that it is deep speech.
Is that the old god one, or is that the?
Yes, that is the old god one.
It's
Alright.
not. Well, it's
Well,
specifically.
not old god
uh,
one, but
It's the ancient language of the far realm, which covers aberrations, beholders, mind flayers, all of those kinds of things.
Oh, good times.
All the
I don't know
mindfuckery.
what I find most frightening, the fact that we're heading to a place where deep speech comes from, or the fact that you know how to speak deep speech.
I mean,
Like,
You're the
you've
last
no-
person that has any right to be skeptical of that.
that
Me?
B, you know me. You've known me long enough. I learned about deep speech and the far realm being a thing. I wanted to know more about it. It's that easy.
Listen, what's the most evil and fucked up language that we teach here? Deep speech? I'm in. All right.
yeah, well,
Well, technically, it's not evil by their
right.
standards.
Evil from a
because-
natural
which is-
perspective. It's
Yeah,
like
from a-
antithesis of life.
Yeah.
From people wanting to live, it's evil.
Yeah.
yeah, well,
Um,
I'm gonna go and say that by revealing this, I think you need to get off your moral high horse sometimes.
but why?
So obviously, you're not the only. Well, I'm not the only one who dabble in dark powers.
Being interested in them is not making a pact with them. There is
Yet.
a major difference there.
Well, I mean, you haven't made a pact with them yet.
Last dip into Warlock.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Great Old One's a perfectly good pact.
Yeah, because then it can read minds and all that.
Yeah, you can talk directly into people's brains if you want. It's great.
And all those
it's pretty
warlock
much that.
perks that let you read everything and understand all languages.
Yeah. They offer a lot. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Well, that's all I wanted to say.
So then Throg said he wanted to say something, as you were also all walking back towards her house.
Oh yeah, and I'll also say this. That message sounds like a call for help
Like,
in deep speech.
That means
Oh.
we should just leave it alone.
But the 250
The-
gold,
I-
though.
A, 250 gold, and B, technically there's only need for one more person with receiving this message to go there, and we could have a whole other mess on our hands.
I
Not
guess.
to speak of the fact that it's basically in the neighborhood of the Duergar Fortress, as we established before. So I would be surprised if they hadn't at least tried to have a look at it.
But Niga, do you propose that we go there trying to help it, whatever it is, or
No,
no?
we
Okay.
try
I
to
will
figure out
only go
what is
there.
going there before.
If you kill anything that moves, we don't split up. We don't talk to things. We just kill.
Well, I mean,
Maybe
What? Kill? Where?
Everything.
I
Well,
agree with the not splitting up.
I agree
Just
with the
because-
killer. I agree with the killing part.
I mean, I'm
Sure.
not sure I want to oppose like killing things from the far realm, because generally that seems like the prudent thing to do if you come across them. But also, that reaction seems familiar.
Should we set up like a safe word or something, if this is related to mind flayers and things, so that people know
mean-
that they're in their right mind?
I know that I know what a mind flayer is.
Would you know what a mind flayer even was? Oh yeah.
I know, maybe from like horror stories from being a
You
kid.
you wouldn't know any specifics, but as adventurers, you had at least heard rumors
Heard
of
of
the
mind flayers,
horrible things that mind flayers can do, and maybe they're blown out of proportion. But you've definitely heard of mind flayers just completely taking over entire towns and turning everyone into their mindless servants. You know, eating your brains and then filling it up with their own brain. Normal stuff.
And in my pursuit of learning the deep speech, I probably came across the fact that generally they're more or associated with the underdog. Like for most people that know a bit about them, but that's all I probably know without making a knowledge check.
Yep.
Because out of character, I obviously know more.
Yep. You would know that them being on the surface openly like that is unheard of.
Yeah. So very interesting, also potentially very dangerous. So like I said, I'm not necessarily against killing them, but also, Frog, your reaction seems vaguely familiar.
Care. Kill them.
But you were saying something before this, Throg. Right?
Yes, like
Sorry, what?
so, Frog, what I want to know from you is, how do you know anything about all of this?
Why should I tell you?
Because you just asked us to not ask questions and kill everything and trust you. Or just follow your directions. And as we've established before, not giving a reason for asking something that involved is not the best way to go about things.
There are things up there that are evil. That
Yes,
needs
they are
to
probably
die.
evil. I mean, you
That
didn't
is
care
all I'm
about
telling you.
the demon worshippers being evil.
Well, they're
So
not
why should I
evil.
believe you?
Besides, they're
I have
devil
no-
worshippers.
Qualms with these so-called demons.
Again, they're devils.
Yeah, exactly. You seem to have personal problems with whatever we might encounter there, and I want to know what that is.
Does Niker honestly think Throg is gonna share personal stuff with Niker?
I mean, considering it, in case you didn't call on, Niker will openly just say, yeah, it seems very much to be connected with that strange metal we found, because it is the exact same reaction coming from you. And I just want to know what the fuck is going on. Because it might help everyone here.
Why would it help anyone?
Understanding what we're potentially up against is always helpful.
I
Okay,
don't know what we're up against. We're up against things that are evil.
Yeah, how do you know they are evil?
They
What
are
kind
the
of
reason
evil?
I am in this hellscape. That is all
Okay.
I'm telling you.
I mean, that's a pretty big fucking revelation.
Oops.
But yeah, I'll stop pressing here, but I'll definitely be keeping even more of an eye on our org that seems to somehow be connected to the far realm. In some way, shape, or form.
Far realm orc. He's actually from the off-world. Wait.
I mean, that is kind of what he implied here.
So you guys are just kind of
Potentially.
standing outside of the house, having your discussion, not loud enough to wake anybody up, because you haven't gone into their home yet and started shouting about, the far realm.
So how about for now, we head to bed and hope that we can set off early tomorrow. And then we'll see what we encounter. like I said, I do very much agree with Throg that we need to be careful, and we really shouldn't split up. Whatever it is that is there is able to transmit messages across basically all of 10 tones. So I'm assuming they can fuck with our minds too if they want to. So stay together and keep an eye on each other.
Well, the rest of us usually stays together. There's only one person that runs off.
The rest of us don't like
I
dying.
am aware. I am aware.
I usually lag behind.
Okay.
Good
So with that, you guys head inside and prepare yourselves for sleep. So, on the
I'm just glad my hunch was correct as soon as I heard about that meteor. Because out of character, I was looking at different options for what would be one of the weird, quote unquote, forbidden languages, like deep abyssal, infernal, deep speech, or even like undercommon, whatever. Like what would be the weirdest thing that might come up over the course of the campaign? And then Kari said that, yeah, there is technically one quest where deep speech would come up, and so I went with, okay, that's what I'm taking as a bonus language. So
Yeah,
now you
it's
know
like-
why it is specifically deep speech.
Yeah, it's like
Because it makes sense in Niker's character, and I just wanted to at least have a chance of
Right.
it being useful.
I don't want anybody to like waste what they think might be a fun RP pick.
Yeah.
Because like the same thing here, if no one knew deep speech, it's fine. Like it doesn't drastically change much. You just get whoever knows it gets a little extra hint because they can decipher it. But it doesn't make like the key difference. But if somebody has like an extra language slot that's technically open to whatever, yeah, like I'll tell you that picking deep speech is more meaningful than picking like undercommon. It's undercommon still might come up, but this at least will open up a pathway for a quest line. Okay, so it is now the morning of Hammer the Third. Everyone has completed another long rest, and you are packing your things ready to head south towards the mysterious meteorite. So, are you bringing your sled and dogs with you?
I would say probably not.
Because you are going like off the trail. Because you're like, this won't be a road section.
Yeah. What do you
What
have?
does that specifically? What does that mean for the sled?
It's really
Well,
just
we
whether
have
you're
all the
bringing it or not.
Extra stuff there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So, I figure we just leave all the extra stuff that we don't really need.
I mean,
like
I'd say we bring it along because we might find.
By
fun
the way,
stuff there.
who actually has the health potion we found?
I think you or
Does
Ian.
anyone...
I seem to remember either you or Ian taking that.
I took the health healing kits, but not the health potion.
Because I'll check my equipment if I have a healing potion. No, because I forgot to add it to my character sheet. Yeah, it's a normal potion of healing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whether to bring them or not.
Like, they don't carry anything we need, right?
Dude, so if we leave them here, will the nice lady that...
Yeah, she'll watch over
Careful.
anything that you leave behind. They have
Well-
a little storage area they'll keep it in their house until you return.
Yeah, how many days of food do we because we have 40 dog rations, so we should probably be subtracting to that as we go along. And I kind of forgot.
Yeah, so
how
far it's only
many
been one
days?
day. So one full
Okay.
day so far since you
Well,
bought all
didn't we
those.
get them in
No, it hasn't it been
Cairconic?
2?
Oh yeah, because it's been 2
From
because you got them
Cairconic to
from
East Haven
Cairconic.
and from East Haven
Yeah.
to Dugansoul.
Yep. So you've had
So it
2
should be,
days.
Yeah.
And remember
4
that they
dog
also
rations.
came with 10 days when you got the dog as well.
Yeah, but I added that
Okay.
10 days to 30 more dog rations that we bought to get rid of like
Mhm.
a couple of silver or something.
Yeah.
Just to add, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote for keeping the dogs and all the extra stuff that we don't really need here.
I mean, I'm voting for bringing them along
Right? That's one
because
for
simply
There will
because
be fighting. Why put them in danger?
we don't have to take them all the way. Like, I'm not
When-
suggesting we take them into a fight.
When do we know when to drop them off?
I mean,
We'll have to figure that
Why
out.
do we need them?
well,
In
in
case you
case
need
we
to
find
carry a
something
big
Because-
valuable there.
If you find fancy shit to, for example, make a fancy weapon out of,
Yeah, I definitely see the reasons there. But anyway,
Like, we could bring the sled along with nothing on it and just not bring the dogs.
I mean, that would just
That would
make
be a
the
lot to
sled
drag.
that would just make the sled more of a hindrance.
I mean, if you guys mostly wanted to bring it with, then we bring it with. I don't think it's a huge deal. But so far, it's like 2 against and 1 for.
And I'm okay with leaving the dogs back here.
Okay. So it seems that you guys are mostly
guess.
for leaving the dogs and your extra belongings.
Sure, I
Alright.
guess.
Yeah.
So
Hilda,
does anyone not use bonus actions really? Because the bag of tricks I
Mhm.
use at least for the first 2 rounds. I can use it because of rage and charging and stuff. Does anyone else want to carry that bag? Who don't really use their bonus action at least early in fights?
does anyone else want to start throwing around little animals?
Or, well, potentially little animals.
Mhm.
Potentially giant animals.
Large
Potentially
animals.
huge. Or large animals, yeah. I
Sized
sometimes
animal.
use my bonus action, but like, I'll take it if nobody else will.
Because if everyone else uses bonus actions, I can start throwing after I've raged, but then we lose a turn of animal combat.
I have plenty of stuff to do with bonus actions. Well,
Yeah, I
I
plenty
think
of
at this
level
point,
spell slots.
most of us do.
And the other
Yeah,
thing to
no,
remember is
because-
that you can, because those last as long as they do, you can like pull them out
Pre-combat?
early and then just have them with you. But you lack that, you lose that surprise factor of like dropping it on an enemy that way, because they'll see you have like a badger or an elk or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll just keep it.
Okay.
I have to worry about items and character sheets and stuff.
Yeah, the bag of tricks is luckily fairly easy as long as we keep track of who has it.
Yeah.
Whoever has it just needs to remember roll a d8 and then check the character sheets in
Yeah.
d20. Roll 20.
So I guess we're heading out.
All right.
I guess Throg will try and find the way. As per
I mean,
usual.
For now, we just need to head in a general direction.
Yeah. So it's still a survival check to find your way, the best way to get there.
Right.
So go ahead and roll survival.
Can I
It's just to,
try and help him?
yeah. If anyone else is trained in survival, he can have advantage. Because then it's like the two of you working together. All right.
Good thing.
So 17. All right. So you, on the morning of the 3rd, you start out early and you start picking your way. The first few hours are easy. It's just following the coast of Red Waters south until eventually you get your way to the frozen river after a few hours of travel. And you cross the river after it gets thinner over here, because you know that you need to skirt around the mountains anyway, so this way you only have to cross one frozen river instead of 2. After a long and slow 5 hours of travel, you find yourself getting close to the edge of the small forest that is just at the foot of the spine of the world. So you're kind of right at the edge of the box.
So,
I'm gonna guess.
just a quick,
Mhm.
just a quick suggestion. Because considering that we agreed to not split up, and considering how we've done things so far, if it seems like a good idea for one of us to sneak somewhat ahead,
No.
I will. Wait. Let me finish talking. Okay. Just. Whatever.
Finish talking.
I will never go out of sight. If I do, assume something has gone wrong.
So I will say, while he is like survivaling, Throg would technically be leading because he's finding the path.
Yeah, no, just as we come close to like
Mhm.
the forest, because like out on the plains, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So
Just as soon as we get in any thing that might have an actual like, where we might expect an encounter, basically. But yeah.
No.
all right, so what is the marching order? And how far away are people spread? You could be in single file,
I'll be in front.
you could be in a random grouping. I just need to know roughly where you guys are.
So, right side is front.
Yeah.
Are we
This
like
is the front.
walking this? Yeah, because we're walking to the right.
You're yes. On our graphic on the bottom, you're walking to the right.
Yeah. So I'm guessing Eon would be in front with me, considering his
Yes.
health.
He would have to be
Like
next
the
to you.
Yeah.
Because the two of you
I'll
are
probably
scouting.
be right behind you guys.
Okay.
Close to the front, but obviously not the one leading.
Everybody else generally happy with their position, or do you want to move? Because you don't have to be 2x2. This is like wide open, so you could even be like a line that's just 6 people wide. You're all just walking wide spaced.
It's like just walk over here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's wherever you want. Because I'm just translating it onto this other map for where you start.
Well, I guess next to or right after Throg, possibly. Yeah.
Okay, so
Are we heading to somewhere high so we can like look for a meteor?
the only high place would be, that actual like mountain peak right there.
Yeah, I was about to say like
How hard does it look to climb? Are we talking Matterhorn or?
You would need climbing gear, but with gear, these parts don't look like it would be too difficult. But you would need climbing gear to do it.
I think we had 2 sets, and then we have 2 people with climbing speed.
Now, it would also take you a few hours to go up them as well. And you do know that from the description that you got, it's likely that the meteorite fell between those mountains. Because the kid talked about how he saw it disappear behind the mountains.
All right.
Also,
So
I'd
So
suggest
if nothing else, it's like in like the side of the mountain over there.
Yeah, it's somewhere over
Yeah,
in between those mountains somewhere.
Yeah, so for now, I'd suggest we try going through the forest until we get where we closer to where we might suspect that impact site to be.
So the reason why I had you guys do that is because here we go. as you are marching
go.
through some forest.
I mean,
It's all
if you
wintry.
can do this for every piece of forest, it's going to be a very long day.
It's a very long day, yeah. So,
Ooh.
as you are...
Let's see how long it takes this time for Roll20 to give me an actually fully loaded map,
Mm,
and not just vague outlines with like maybe 16 pixels per grid.
It's so fancy.
Yeah.
This is a pretty map though.
Yeah, I picked it up from somebody's for free Twitter drop. You just gotta.
I'm guessing that's the blue sword watermark down in the corner.
Yeah, he said Frozen Forest free battle map, and since we took it from him, we'll give him credit. It's from Blue Sword Games. It was his Twitter. So there we go. There's the blueswordgames.com. So there you go. If you like this map, not sponsored. blueswordgames.com. All right, back where we can see a little bit.
So we're walking like
Yes, you've been walking and
this way.
basically straight south.
Okay.
So you're just like heading between the trees, heading south.
How do you remove dots again?
You have to go to the selector icon,
select and
but since
then
I'm the
do it.
DM, I can just take it off.
Thank you.
Yep. So,
So I guess we're just heading south, and
Yes,
nothing happens.
as you have been traveling through the forest and across the tundra, and it's gotten bright, and maybe it's a little brighter now, and it makes this somewhat easier to see. Where, for Throg and Eon standing up front as they're looking ahead, the snow seems odd in front of you. About 120 feet away. And it looks like the snow's coming towards you. Something big is plowing through the deep snow, heading in your direction. Only its shiny dorsal ridge breaks the snow's surface.
I am not a fan.
Oh,
Nor should you be.
is this
Galarian Garchomp.
this doesn't look good.
What is not good? I can't see
mean-
anything behind your broad backs.
I mean, I'm sure you could like peek up.
Yeah,
as soon as
I
they would say
figure
that
out.
that doesn't look good, you
Yeah.
could see this
Yeah.
dorsal fin cutting through the snow as it's coming
Yeah,
towards
Is
no,
he
you.
heading like straight
I
at
just
us?
wanted to
Or
Yes,
is
it is heading
while I
straight
look
at you.
around them.
So it doesn't look like we're hiding from it. I
Oh.
guess I'd try and move a bit forward to like put some room between it and our more fragile party members in the time we got.
Yeah, if
Like
we
here?
get any more time to like set up our position, then I try to.
So from where you
Maybe flank
are,
around,
we're gonna
but-
do initiative because then it has a movement
Okay.
speed as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. I
Silver is
spent all my initiative.
moving.
last time.
Yeah, the Silver is just in character. He's like, yeah, like I'll let them do their thing first, and then see if anything dies or is ready to be killed.
Oh well, he's going slow anyway, so. And we're gonna pop him out. We're gonna have to
Show your presumably ugly face because everything in
Oh,
D&D
what?
tends to be
Oh,
kinda
that is
ugly
ugly.
before sexy.
What is the fat ice shark called in Monster Hunter again?
Zamtrius?
Zamtrios.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, yeah. But not quite, but kind of.
I'm guessing this one doesn't blow itself up to become a massive balloon.
No, it doesn't. But it does look like this.
It looks like sand.
Yeah,
Oh,
because it's
shit.
just out of the dirt.
Ice.
It just comes out of the dirt. So Throg.
I'll be
wait.
honest, I was not expecting these guys.
Yeah, sorry, Niker's up first. So you don't. I put the token on there, but you don't actually have clear sight of it. It's only its dorsal fin is exposed. So technically, it's
So-
underground.
Yeah, I'm guessing it would be nature to try and figure that out. Figure out what this thing is.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't have.
No,
this
actually,
thing,
it's a
so I'm not gonna-
monstrosity. So, no, it's not nature. It would be Arcana, because it's a
Then,
monstrosity.
yes, I'll try. Like, I see something coming towards us. I'll try to figure out what it is.
Nope.
I don't know anything.
It's clearly a ice shark.
Yeah.
You've not heard of these before, but it looks terrifying.
Yeah, I've heard of sharks. So
Maybe
this
it's a
must
weird
be
snowman.
an ice shark.
Thank you, Nika. This will help us.
It's a secret tool we'll use
Do
later.
you have anything better?
I'm gonna think it's a under ice dragon.
Not unreasonable.
I mean, sure, I guess.
Okay. Any other actions you're going to take?
Let's see. Can we assume that the trees are like actual trees?
Yes, the
that
trees are
we can
actual
climb?
trees.
Oh, okay.
You could climb
let me
them, but depending on how useful your sight is from inside the tree, because they are very coated in snow and ice. So it may restrict your visibility depending on how far away the creature is.
Okay. Well then, for now, I'll just. I'm guessing it has cover, some sort of cover while it's under the snow.
Underground.
It has
Or
technically it
underground,
has
yeah.
3/4 cover.
Yeah. Okay. Then for now, I'm just going to step like half behind this tree and then hold my attack. Just hold a shot with a short bow until it comes out or I get a better shot.
Okay.
Or my turn comes up, in which case I'll just try my luck. And bonus action to hide.
Okay.
Excuse me, please roll. Is it just taking time? Okay, I'll try again. There we go.
All right. Raymeril.
Right. Since Nitro was so helpful in figuring out what this monstrosity was, I will also attempt to figure out what this monstrosity is.
You don't know its name, but you've heard of a few different types of monstrosities that are known to burrow through the ground and eat people, but you don't know of any that are natural to Icewind Dale. So you know that it's whatever it is, it's not naturally from here.
Yeah, have it. They're good. They got it.
I'm sure they won't die.
I mean,
No.
I'm sure. I wouldn't mind if you'd help out.
They got it.
All right.
Later.
Acknowledged.
All right. Anything else, Raymeril?
No.
All right, Eon.
All right. I'm gonna walk a bit forward to put some distance between us, like here-ish. That's a nice spot to.
Where is the dorsal fin?
In the center of its
If you
body.
scroll south.
Yeah, I've got it on the map. It's at the south.
Over there, yeah. Sorry, I hadn't moved them. I had the map too zoomed in to see all the way down there.
Yeah, it starts
And,
120 feet away from you.
I'm gonna use my new spell.
Okay.
And which covers me in like a layer of hot something.
Peppermint?
We're reflavoring it. It's peppermint plate is the original spell, but it's not peppermint. We just haven't reflavored it yet. So effectively, he's coated in a layer of hot
Frost
ice.
fire.
Yeah, hot ice.
Yeah.
You pick up some fancy stuff from
From the
From
dream.
Santa, yeah.
Nanta.
Uh-huh.
Man, I
Yeah,
wish
so
I
that's
held
my
Santa.
turn.
All right, Throg.
We'll run after Eon while saying, I've waited way too long for this bullet. It's time for it to die. And while roaring as loud as you've ever heard me roar. And I'm gonna rage.
Yeah.
Rare.
So for those who missed it, he just named that thing.
Yeah. And said specifically some backstory about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
Did you
hold
like
my
ready a
action
bullet?
for an attack.
Yes, a bullet with one L.
Oh. Oh, I was like, did Throg just become a sharpshooter and pick up a pistol?
He's gonna
and
snipe it.
No,
Kapow.
nope. That's why I said, because the name is so weird. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like he
Yeah.
specifically named what it is. We don't know what it is, but it's
All right.
Okay,
and-
well,
I
mean,
thought you just went 40k mode.
yeah. All right. And
yeah,
now it's bullet.
exactly.
There is
More
never enough
Daka!
Daka.
Daka,
There is
Daka,
not,
Daka,
there is
Daka!
not enough Daka in the universe. Unless everything becomes a hail of bullets inside the warp. And then only maybe there's enough Daka in the universe.
The now named bullet continues to burrow through the ground, and you can see that it is being what it believes as stealthy and evasive as it is coming up on you.
There's a roaring orc running towards it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he hasn't told me yet.
It's not like it has blind sense or anything, or tremor sense.
Yeah.
It can feel every vibration in the ground within a certain distance.
I mean, we don't know that.
Within a, like I said, within a certain distance.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right, Silver.
I really need a soundboard right now from 40k with a wah scream from the orc.
Mhm, the wah.
Yeah. Yeah. Just imagine that is what came out of Frog.
Mm-hmm.
It is too far away. I'll just sit here. And
I mean, you could prep something.
It's too far to even get sniped. Because it doesn't have 120 on Eldritch Blast.
hold on.
Eldritch Blast is 120.
Like I was about to say, like I don't think it's our range for Eldritch Blast.
I know it's when you just measured it, it's too far for Hex, but like that's one of the things with Eldritch Blast is that it's 120.
It
Then
is
you can
actually
take-
not too far for Hex.
Oh, is Hex what? 80?
90.
No, 90. It's not the
Oh.
60. Okay.
Very nice.
But isn't it burrowed?
It is
Yeah, it
burrowed,
still has cover,
but it has 3/4 cover because the dorsal fin is
Hex the
sticking
fin.
out of the ice. So you can still target it. It just has +5 AC due to 3/4 cover. Because it is still possible to shoot or hack or hex the fin. But since Hex doesn't require a to hit roll, you don't care that it has 3/4 cover.
Yeah, you see it. So that's all
There
you
it-
need for
There
it.
it is somewhere.
Yeah. Now, Eldritch Blast, it'll care.
Now it be hexed.
All right, it is hexed. Which one of its abilities are you hexing?
Let's go with strength.
All right,
Because why
strength.
not?
Okay. If you are going to Eldritch Blast it, you also have disadvantage because it is dodging as it is advancing on you.
Oh, I thought it was prone being down in the ground.
No, it's not prone. It's dodging. It's like evasively digging through the dirt.
Yay.
And it has 3/4 cover. So it's planning on not getting shot until it gets to you. But shit could happen.
You can do the same thing as me, like prep and wait until it's almost your turn and then
So-
try if it hasn't come out yet.
I didn't mention it, but technically when you ready an action, you have to set a specific trigger.
Yeah.
You can't have multiple.
Okay.
Because it's basically you're setting your reaction up to say not only an opportunity attack, but also if this happens, I want my one attack.
Yeah, basically,
Mhm.
as soon as it comes out, waiting as long as possible.
Right. The part of that
Okay.
being is you
That's
can't.
that's
yeah.
what I'll go with.
You can't.
And how that plays out, I'll leave it up to you.
Mhm.
I can't recall the API shortcuts.
I mean, just,
Shift and
just go
control.
over.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's either control or shift. I don't remember which one is positive and negative for advantage.
I think shift was advantage.
Yeah, control
Yeah,
is
shift
disadvantage.
advantage.
No, you
It's
fire
a
off and
critical failure.
it ricochets off some of the snow nearby as it ducks just out of the way. Helja.
No, this thing is probably quite far away, isn't it?
Yes.
Also feels bad losing a 12 roll
Mm.
on damage and that.
Mm-hmm.
Still would have
90
missed.
feet. Alright.
It's a lot of measuring. It's echolocating the whole location.
Still better than the legendary this thing.
Oh my!
I can't see my
Look at
character
that movement.
anymore.
Look at that movement.
That is the most annoying thing to have 4 people do it on the same time on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll just ready to toll the dead if it pops out of the ground.
Okay.
Or when it gets in range, I should say.
Yeah.
Why is the orc pink?
All right, Niker.
I know you can change that if you want.
What are you trying to change?
His pinkness, but
Oh.
I think he's
My
fabulous.
marker is pink.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because your player token is pink.
Yeah, it's your color in the bottom. It's based on like when you join, it assigns you a color.
Yeah, I know.
I think I've seen a way to change it.
There
actually.
is.
can
It's
just-
under
you can-
settings
you
and
can-
stuff.
But
You can just click it and
Click the
change
color
it.
and you can
Change
change
it.
it.
Change it.
Sorry,
Oh yeah.
it was an
Session.
annoying distraction.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But it just picks
Well,
one so that everybody
now
has a
that-
different one.
now that pink is back,
Mm-hmm.
available, I'll take it.
Oh,
Okay.
why?
You gotta have a bright enough
Let's
color to stand out
continue
against my white background. All right, Niker,
I mean,
where are you
also-
measuring?
I don't dislike pink. I'm not measuring anything.
I know,
I'm
but
just-
everyone is. That's why I was like, so what are you measuring now that it's your turn?
I know, and that's why I said specifically, I'm not doing anything
Right.
yet.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I'm still gonna. How much did it move?
It moved 40 feet.
Okay, so I can. It's fairly safe to assume that there will be contact in the next round, so I'll just. I still want to stay behind everyone for now, and I can move fast enough, so I'll stay hidden for now and basically do the same thing, as in
Yeah.
wait for it. To
As soon
pop
as it
up.
actually crests out of the ground, you want to shoot it.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Raymerl.
So, what, 90 feet?
Yeah.
3/4
90.
cover?
And disadvantage.
Yeah, I guess I'll try and shoot it with disadvantage.
Do it. If anybody has sharpshooter, you can ignore cover.
Do I have sharpshooter? I have to remember.
Didn't you just take sharpshooter?
I think
I
I
mean,
You
did.
picked
you-
that for.
Isn't
Yeah.
it you ignore
You
everything
only
except
hit
for...
4, and you're the archer, so I
Yeah.
hope you took sharpshooter.
Oh yeah, because you were struggling with that -5 thing.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah,
a 9 does not
Yeah.
hit. So it basically it didn't have its bonus 5 AC against you, but it still is dodging in the dirt, which is enough. Otherwise, you would have hit it with your 19. All right,
I would hope so.
Eon. Well, other people
I'll-
wouldn't have with its +5.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll keep moving forward, and I'll cast Toll the Dead. Learning from the best.
I mean,
Wisdom?
we might have different concepts of the best, but sure.
11.
The
That's
good
so
exactly to kill us, I'll take.
it does take the Toll the Dead damage because it does not make the Wisdom save. It's rolled an 11. All right, Throg.
Okay.
Go, mighty warrior.
Because I can charge the
You-
double,
You can see it, yes.
and I can see the fin, so
You can.
just
And you also, I would say, because this is something that I think Throg would remember, but I don't know that you as a player know, as you rush past Eon, you would let him know not to stand that close, as bullets can leap dangerously out of the ground and crush you before eating you if you let them take the last advance.
Oh.
wait.
So I'm saying that's why Throg,
Yeah.
like, it mechanically and in-world makes sense that Throg charges, because Eon just left himself exposed to a leaping attack,
Right. Yeah.
not knowing that this was a threat that they could do to literally double their damage and knock you prone.
Yeah. So I'm gonna scream at Eon while passing him. Get close.
Oh, it's pounds.
It's Deadly Leap, actually, because
I mean,
it's
Yeah,
an
it's
AoE
not
attack.
elegant. It's not elegant enough to be called a pounce.
Yeah.
But it serves the same mechanical
Yeah.
stuff
Ex-
as well.
except that theirs is an AoE.
Yeah.
Whereas
Like,
pounds is
Yeah.
a single target.
yeah, a pounce is
And I'm
if you hit
gonna
with a melee attack.
recklessly strike it.
Yeah, that's what it doesn't get to use.
Pounds is after moving certain distance, then
hmm
make hitting a melee.
Yeah, so go ahead and reckless. Oh! So it's technically, because it was dodging, you had disadvantage, but your reckless counteracts it, but also means it's the left die anyway, so it's still the critical
yeah.
hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
All right.
It worked out.
As you slice into it for 22 damage, shearing off a top piece of its fin.
and I used my charge as a bonus action, so
Mhm.
I'm done.
All right, it's the bullet's turn. Angry now.
I just see Throg knee sliding in
Yeah.
with the axe, just chopping off the entire fin.
Yeah. It erupts from the ground, and the rest of you can now see it for its full exposed body, and it does look like it is covered in a hard carapace, and it's an enormous jaw big enough to devour people. And
Yeah, it is
seeing
basically a third of its body, if I remember correctly.
is a
just
face,
its
yeah.
Giant jaw.
yeah, the miniature, the miniature they made for like 3.5, like half the miniature is its face.
I don't want to do that.
Oh, okay. So, since it is now exposed, any of you that readied in action can take a shot on it.
So it's a nibble snarl.
Is it still dodging?
No, because it's its turn.
Okay.
That's what I say. Like, dodge ends the moment its turn began. So as soon as it breached, it's not dodging.
Okay.
Yep, that hits.
No, just to be sure.
Because it's not
And
covered.
because someone is a melee, 12.
All right. Okay, and then it is going to bite at Throg. 23 to hit. As it bites down on Throg
It does.
for 25 damage. It does
It's,
4d12 plus 4. Yep.
Yeah.
Since he's raging, it's 12.
One second.
Mhm.
I need to draw. It is barely in range. It is exactly in range. I just need to check if I had disadvantage.
Oh,
Sure,
yeah,
it's
for long
18.
range. Yep. Okay. Silver.
Oof. That looks like a hurtful one.
Yeah. But starting off with a crit is really nice. And also
And that-
thematic.
Getting splat on.
Yep.
The thematics of it was even more delicious.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably still better to continue blasting it.
Yes, it no
So
longer
anyway,
has
I
3/4
continue
cover.
blasting.
So anyway.
But I was thinking about, would you guys like me to push it away from Throg?
I mean, you heard Throg specifically shout, "You don't want it to move," and that to get close to it. So you know that Throg doesn't want you to do that, but that doesn't mean that you don't want to do that.
I apparently clicked the wrong great axe hit.
Oh,
This doesn't add the rage. Plus 2 rage.
so it's +2.
Does
Sure, all it
does
does.
that double
Well,
include
It does not.
crit as well?
It's crit is
Okay,
only
yeah.
the die get rolled multiple
Right.
times. So I took the
Yeah.
extra 2 off.
So yeah, it's
Yeah.
24,
Four.
not 22.
Nice.
Could be important.
Yep. For how many times you guys have left that slightly bit still on there?
In every single campaign.
Yep.
It's just a part of D&D to
Mhm.
leave things at 1 hit point.
Yep. This is the way.
This campaign I've actually got some
This is the
killing
way.
blows though.
I know. 22 hits for 12. See, you just kind of had to complain about it, and the game gave it back to you. So you didn't miss with your 12
What?
this time. Because you said it felt bad to miss with your 12 Eldritch Blast damage, so then you also got 12 this time.
Also
and
remember
then
your
Yep,
hex damage.
and then add your hex damage. So roll that again.
gonna roll it from here.
That's fine.
Oh, I'm not gonna roll it from here because
Does it do weird stuff again? Alright, 2
It-
necrotic. Okay. Anything else?
that freaking second level higher level cast.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter because it doesn't get more damage from
Yeah.
it.
Alright,
It
Elgin.
lasts longer, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah, it
think you can
lasts,
concentrate
like an hour.
instead of 10 minutes, I think. Something like that. Alright, Helja.
Yeah,
It's
over
the
here
wounded
third
now.
level spell slot.
Quite a bit.
No, wait. It's normally an hour, and it becomes an 8-hour spell
Oh. Well, there you
for
go.
being a third level spell
Just gotta
slot.
concentrate. Wisdom save.
No, the wisdom save is 14.
Come on.
But my
a
current
3 doesn't
current
do it.
spell level is still second level, so
Yep.
it's still 1
Alright.
hour.
Niker, you're back up. This time you don't have to wait.
Yes. Well, since Throg is in melee, I'll try to get a bit closer. Yeah. Let's see. That should be. Yeah.
Those of you that are close enough to see, so I'd say probably Helja and Eon at this point, and Throg, obviously, it seems more aggressive towards Throg than makes sense, even considering he chopped off part of its dorsal fin. Like,
Huh.
it's going to ignore the rest of you.
Oh.
Well,
Well,
in that case, I will move all the way over here with.
Well, that's what I say. So
Okay,
far,
gosh.
only Helja and Eon are close enough to notice that.
Ah, okay.
As you would get
Okay,
closer, you'd notice, but like just the way
Yeah.
that it's moving seems like it.
Is this close enough?
No,
notice?
because Silver doesn't notice yet
Okay.
either.
Okay, then I stay here
Yeah, that's fine.
because that's 30 feet.
Yeah,
so
move up to
I'll
the next tree and shoot.
it. Yep, and then use my bonus action to hide instead of dash. I miss,
8 misses.
So I hide.
Couldn't you just use cat action to double move?
Yeah, but I don't necessarily
Hiding
like. I
instead.
don't want to. I don't want to get too close in case it decides to go
Hmm.
after.
Mhm. He's been targeted too many times to fall for that trap. All right, Raymerl.
And seeing that big chomp,
Yeah, you
Like-
saw how big of a bite it took out of Throg. Throg, like, is unfazed, but like that was a mouthful of Throg that got bit.
yeah, and like I don't know the exact number, but I have a feeling that it would basically one-shot me
Yeah,
if it had just 1 more damage.
you'd be like, oh yeah, I'd die.
It's all bad. I'm going to attempt to shoot at it again.
All right. No disadvantage, no cover. That does hit. 15 plus 2. 17 AC. For 14.
That damage.
Nice.
Fat damage.
Min damage.
Minimum damage.
Don't care, it's
Yeah,
still plus 10. That's some fat damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because it's sharpshooter.
Yep. Eon.
Uh,
Unless you have something to add.
I'm gonna follow Throg's advice run and hit it as hard as I can. How's the light like?
It is dim because it is during the section of the day where the light has crested.
So I do get advantage?
Yes, because it's in dim and dark.
Yeah.
Oh boy!
Wow.
Please roll me one more d20.
One more d20.
Uh-huh.
Maul attack.
Okay, so it's just a critical for max damage. So what's the max damage you could get on a critical hit?
So the
it's-
absolute max.
Yes, if all of your dice hit 6s.
That's 24 plus.
Okay, that's more than enough. It only had 17 left, so. And the reason why I ask is I have a homebrew rule I run in all of mine that if you roll 3 20s in a row, whatever you hit is instantly dead.
Like on one attack.
Yes, on one attack. If you roll to hit and it's a 20, then you roll to hit and it's a 20, and you roll to hit and it's a 20, you've murdered them. You've shot the dragon through its eye into its brain. You know, it doesn't matter. That's what you did. Because the chance of 3 20s in a row is so low. And since we're doing where
1
you
in
don't...
8,000, right?
Yeah, it's something like that. And since we're doing where we're not rolling to confirm crits, I've modified it so that, like, on your advantage, if you have 2 20s on your advantage, I'm letting you roll one more to see if you murder.
Ooh.
Yep. So, yeah, you run up and you crush this bullet's skull in as it collapses into the snow and begins to bleed out, turning the snow red around it.
Wow,
Well, that was effective.
that was good.
So it's my turn, right?
Yes, it would be your turn. I mean, you can react immediately.
Yeah. Gonna plant my axe
If you still want to be able to
in
hear,
the skull
you
of the
can,
thing, climb on top of it,
grab
and
a headset and plug it
roar
in before
again.
You'll be able to hear the game.
Well,
I thought there was-
Frog is doing that. I'll
Oh, no, because I took it to you.
Just,
Okay, go ahead. My wife is just coming in to play Genshin.
I'll do a quick perception check just to see if there's anything we might need to worry about still before I head towards the now dead thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what was Throg doing? I was distracted by my wife coming in.
Just plant my axe in its skull,
Okay,
climb on top of it, and roar.
sounds good.
on its
What
corpse.
do you do?
As he splits it open. So, Niker, you kind of take a cursory look around. You don't see any other movement or threats coming, but you do see, and it would become obvious to everyone, but since you are taking a moment to look first, you can see a very obvious pathway that it cut through the snow and dirt to get here. So you could follow that back. And see where it
does
goes.
lead? Further south?
To the
Just
south. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
So
farther
from
than
there,
this, but you could follow the path it led. It did not hide tracks whatsoever.
Do we want to follow it?
Well,
That's the next
for
question.
now, I have a few questions
not?
for Throg. So, that seemed personal.
It was my hunt. My hunt is complete.
Well, congratulations on that. Do you want to
Not for Throg.
explain why you were hunting this thing specifically?
Strength.
Okay, I guess.
Like the Goliaths did?
I was more aiming for an angle of, how did you know this thing? I've never seen this thing before.
I
Like,
mean,
where did
he's
you encounter it
native, though.
before?
It was hunt.
I guess.
Have you been looking for it for long?
Forgotten.
Well, okay then. Guess you should take a trophy then.
Throg, a man of many words.
Yeah.
Oh, I will. I'm
Like,
jumping down
out-
and
out of
start cutting
character.
off like one claw.
out of character, I'll be honest. Throg is the one person in this party that makes me really want to, like, get a pact of the Ancient Ones just to read his mind and finally figure out what's going on in that thick skull of his.
Think something's
Because he
going
won't
on
tell
in
us.
there?
I mean, some things, yeah. I'm not assuming something complicated, but something is, and he's not telling us.
Maybe
Yeah.
he just has a dark little secret.
I mean, yeah. But also his dark little secret seems to be very relevant for what we're doing right now, so it's more than just my usual curiosity.
I mean, this thing even makes sense. I mean, the guy was living in the wilderness-ish here, and it having met this monster before, not too far-fetched, I'd say.
Yeah, I guess it depends whether Ramuel told us that. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a local thing.
For all I know, this is like all over the place here. I just haven't seen it yet.
For all I know.
You know, like I said, I assumed that Ramuel would have told us that. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be from here. Don't know what it is, but doesn't seem to be from here.
Did you hear Throg say it's a bullet?
Are they tasty?
That's what I want to know.
Would I know?
I mean, you would know your take on it, but other people may have various interpretations of what you find tasty being applicable or not.
Meat.
Yeah. Especially after, yeah, human doesn't sound so bad.
It's not.
It's like, this
Wait,
doesn't
what?
look human.
1 sec.
Cat coming
saying
with some
that,
revelations.
just saying that if someone who said, yeah, human doesn't sound so bad, says it's tasty, I won't just take his words for it. That's
It's
all
not
I'm saying.
poisonous, right?
It's not tasty. It's
I mean, you'd have to roll a check to see if it's bad.
But I would probably not be the best person. You
Would
know,
I know
try
if it was poisonous or not?
You would know that you and your people, when they have consumed its flesh in the past, have suffered no ill effects.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine. I obviously don't say it like that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would probably like, if we ask you, yeah, is it dangerous to eat? It's fine.
I like this. You and your people. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not poisonous to orcs. How about the rest of the world?
Well,
I mean-
not out of character again. Not poisonous to his breed
To
of
Frog.
orcs.
To
That
frog.
we don't know even. Yeah, whatever.
Sorry, I had to find a tool for my fiance. What's up?
Nothing.
They're all just debating whether or not they should eat it. And they're waiting for Throg's input on the matter.
I'm gonna
Right.
pass.
I mean,
I wouldn't care.
I'm probably gonna eat it. Also, I'm gonna take a claw or something distinctive off it as a trophy.
Yeah.
I mean, you can probably try to get its.
The head would be
Natural
kind of
armor.
big, but
No, but you could take like the tip of its
armor
beak.
plates.
Well, I was going to say the tip of its beak,
Oh,
the
that, yeah.
specific like threatening, really sharp piece right there at the top. You
It's
could
kind of like
break
I'm
off.
haltering still around the giant skull from the first encounter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do have several polar bear teeth and a winter wolf capes. I'm
Like,
kind of known for taking trophies.
could you make like a two-headed axe by using two of its giant claws? So for one for each like blade.
Not so much its axe, because the claws are more like digging. so they're not like
Ah, right.
cutting; they're more like piercing and
War pick?
clawing. Yeah, you could make like a war pick or something like that out of one of them.
But you could probably turn its beak into something cutting.
Yes, if you took enough of its beak, you could make a slashing weapon out of it.
Okay. Yeah, that would serve as a trophy.
Okay. All right. So, there's a dead bullet. You guys have talked a little bit. Do you want to continue your conversation, or are you going to continue on? Are you going to keep trying to find your own way, or are you going to follow the path?
Wait, how long have we traveled?
About 5 hours so far.
And how long can we travel?
8 total.
Okay. Throg is going to spend like 20 minutes just getting some meat
Yeah,
off the thing.
this doesn't count against your travel time, by the way.
Right.
Any time spent
Right.
just like standing around, it is specifically time traveling in the wilderness.
Yeah. So, let's say half an hour. How much meat do I gather off the thing?
Well, one thing you know from starting to cut away with it, go ahead and roll a survival check. But you know that they are not plentiful in meat as they are.
Oops,
That's
I was
stealth.
wrong.
Yeah.
That's worse.
As they aren't like exceptionally fatty or muscly creatures, they are, with their ravenous appetite, they rarely have enough extra left. So you know that while they do have some meat, they're not an exceptionally fulfilling, quarry to hunt for meat. So you get enough meat for about 3 servings of food for like a day. So you could feed about 3 people for one day with it, for what you're able to carve
Hey,
out.
the map loaded.
Hey!
Whoa! Just when it becomes irrelevant.
Yeah. No, I'll just drop a quick. Well, I'd appreciate if you told us more about what you know about this thing, in case you encounter more. That's where I'll leave it at, because bugging Throg has never done us any good.
Bullets stand close or stand very far.
Okay. I mean, that's good to know.
So
Yes,
does
the leap only does 15 feet, right?
So it's that if they move at least 15 feet, they can leap. So they
Right,
have a
yeah.
they have a 40-foot move speed. So if
Right.
you are between 15 and 40 feet, they can leap you.
Right,
If you're closer than
Yeah,
that,
so-
it's too close to do the jump.
right.
Unless it goes around, but then
Yeah.
there's the question if it's smart enough to do that. But yeah.
Yeah, so either stand within 15 feet or stand over more than 40 feet away.
Okay. So,
The Throg says by stand close or stand very far.
yeah.
He puts some
Yeah,
rocks around to be like, this distance. You must stay out of this. This is death range.
Yeah.
Well.
It's close range. Here is relatively safe. And then
Yeah.
this is death. This is not safe. And then this is safe.
this
Relatively
is
safe
temporarily
getting bit.
safe.
Yeah.
This is as safe as you can be, right in front of its
Mhm.
giant geek face. And this is where you don't want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Or in my terms, it would be killing range, undead range, and the safe range.
All right. So, anything else? And then you have to decide whether you want to try to follow the bullets path or whether you want to try to keep finding your own way.
Does it look
Well,
like that sort of?
What's Throg's
They came from the
taking?
south, right?
It did come towards the south at this point.
And where exactly in the woods are, or approximately in the woods are we?
Where did I lose the? Looks like I lost the party token at some point. Yeah, we're just gonna use Throg. He's gonna get real tiny.
Oh no.
So you gotta zoom in a bit because we're doing this. So right here is where you guys were. Like that's you were just kind of a few hundred feet
just
into
in
the
the-
loose trees.
How much does the beak trophy weigh?
5 pounds because you took a sizable chunk to be able to tell where it came from, and it's a very hard carapace. The pathway, you can't see it very far, but it looks like the pathway heads. Of course, I have to be on the right screen. It looks like the pathway heads, more south and, westish along the box. But you haven't followed it very far. So that's really all you can see before you decide.
I'm gonna ask what Throg says about this. Is there any meaning to following a bullet's trail? Would we find something interesting in the end that we would be interested in?
Would I
Do we
even
find
know
more
this?
bullets?
I'm sending you a message.
Would we find his place where he has lots of interesting loot, or is it just a waste of time? Because Throg is obviously the expert of bullets here. Going to recognize that.
They don't have layers and they eat everything.
So, what you're saying is there's no point in following it.
I mean, I guess we could still follow it as long as it doesn't take us off track. Or we could specifically try to avoid in case there is more or other things that followed the track. I guess that's our options that I see.
Well, yeah, I'm just going to listen to what Throg says, and I'm
Yeah.
just going to go with that.
I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I'm just trying to interpret what he says because
Yeah, I know. It's I have to think what Frog would think.
yeah, fair.
We should probably follow its trail.
Okay.
Well, okay, then I guess we're following it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a survival check for me with advantage to follow the trail. It's a very low DC because it's not hard to follow. See? Easy. So as you continue to follow it, you travel for a few more hours, and you find that its trail kind of meanders through the forest as it was clearly looking for things before eventually cutting under the second mountain ridge.
Into the mountain.
No.
Under.
It's
Along
below.
the
So there's
southern
because there's the
edge.
two. So your initial guess of where the place the meteorite had crashed was in kind of this area, but following the bullet led you down here instead.
Right. Well, I'm happy to keep following it.
Yeah.
I don't know how long we can walk though.
Yeah.
'Cause now we're probably close.
I think we're about to hit our
Yes,
cap
you're about
on
to
the
get to the
side.
end. So you guys come around, and you're kind of trailing around the edge here, and you see before you that there is a valley between these pieces of the mountain, and you can see clearly hidden between the mountains and the forest and everything. So you have to get to this area first. But there is a obvious furrow that crashed into the dirt, and you can see the disturbed earth far ahead of you in the valley, even in the dark. And the reason you can see it in the dark is probably half a mile away down in the valley. As you trudge deeper into a mountain valley, an eerie glow betrays the monstrous outline of something stupendous and ominous. It looks like a cephalopod with slimy, ropey tentacles as thick as tree trunks that has tried and failed to bury its immense bulk in the snow.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
This
So we
is
have a
what the
giant
bullet-
space kraken.
Not a
Yeah.
space kraken. Let me find.
Yeah, not quite, but
Cephalopod
or I guess
is
maybe
a new word
more
for
as-
my.
Cephalopod
Green-
is the shelled creatures. So like
yeah.
like well, not shelled creatures. They're the like tentacle ones with beaks. So like octopus, squid.
Okay.
So this is not the exact one that you see, obviously.
It's like
Because
sad that it's not a giant sea cucumber.
no,
Shouldn't this thing be in the ocean?
no. I mean, it should be flying. So this is not the exact one you see. Yours is much more purpley, but basically that is what a nautiloid is.
Oh, this thing.
The
Have any of you
Mind
played
Flayer
Baldur's
ships.
the
Gate
mind
3?
flayer interdimensional ships are nautiloids.
Have any of you played the Baldur's Gate 3? Or seen it?
Yeah.
That the
Yeah.
opening cinematic where they're flying through the sky, it's one of those, but crashed. And actually,
Which actually happens in it.
yeah.
Yeah.
But this one, let me see. I
So
actually
this
have,
might be exactly what we're looking for.
it seems very probably exactly what you're looking for.
Do we have time to get to it? Like,
You can get to it today, yes. But I actually have.
Do we want to though?
I mean, why not?
I mean, why isn't it coming to you? That's the real question. The answer is it is. Because we're going right back to the other map. Because that's the only like open snow map I have.
Someone speaks deep speech.
Yeah. So I am
mean-
going to.
It's like so that they're easier to influence.
So that is the actual picture of the one you see. You can see it's in the dark, hidden in the valley. And those two things are what you see running up to you right now.
They
Um,
look friendly.
They don't
in
look
a
friendly.
want to eat my face kind of friendly way.
Yeah.
Those looks like those little buggers from Divinity 2.
So,
Yes.
let
The
me-
screechy monsters they find on the beach.
Yep.
All right. So I'm assuming that your marching order is basically going to be the same.
Oh, you
Yeah.
mean the little
The Voidborn.
Are we starting in
Yeah.
the same place, or we?
Yes. Go back to the top and start.
I think I was like here.
I was right behind these guys.
Oh, they're bigger than I thought they were.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're here. I mean,
They're
the
large.
lodge.
Yeah. So those of you, because I know some of you have higher, you alert everyone. But you guys are not surprised because you have passive perceptions high enough to see them sneaking up in the snow on you. As you see the
There's
two of
something
them
coming!
working together.
All dead.
We're all gonna die.
Hey. I'm not sure what they are, but at least it's not an Umberhawk.
Mm-hmm. They look like this.
Like a huge caterpillar.
With tentacles, yeah.
And
Ew.
Blah, 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 blah. All right. And
I feel like that
And
could have
enough
looked really
intelli-
cute if it just wasn't that color and didn't have that many teeth.
potentially.
And also, it
Um,
wasn't like that.
Also, if maybe it wasn't intelligent enough to coordinate a assault on us with two of it.
I mean, two that we know of.
Those are just on Sweezy.
I'm rolling good today.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Trog seems
I'm
to
rolling
smashing
all
stuff.
over the place.
All right, Silver, you're up first. As these two things come crawling out of the snow between you and the Nautiloid. That's why that picture is like that. As you see it, they come, like, effectively almost guarding it, coming after you.
Well, for now, it seems like Throg's course of action of killing everything is working out as a pretty much as he expected.
Doesn't he usually?
I mean, things that are clearly hostile to us probably is the right course of action.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, so far, I have no qualms with his kill shit.
Kill everything that moves. And you actually also still have Hex up.
Yep.
It's 8 hours. You need to use
I'm
another
gonna
spell.
Bonus
down
action, move it.
right here and then hex that thing
All right.
over there. And let's for heaven's sake save train.
Okay.
Yeah, big things with tentacles or big mouths, it's usually a good choice to make them worse at strength things.
And then time to warlock this up.
Pow pow. 20 hits.
And then
7
hex.
and
got
5.
5.
Nice. All right. Throg.
We've been rolling a lot of 12s and multiples of 12s for damage.
I don't actually need to charge, so I can just
Soon my hex has done more damage than my
rage.
Eldritch
I
Blast.
can just rage and run towards it. Awesome. There.
But do you want to
Ooh.
rage? How many rages do you
Of
have?
course I want to rage. I have 3.
Oh, okay.
I would like to rage. No.
Great axe with advantage.
And
I'm
that
recklessly
hits.
attacking it.
Yep.
That hits.
It is dark now, by the way. For those of you that changes anything. 17. You can see this is not doing well now. Eon.
Oh, I can't reach it. Would you allow me to try and run at it? And, like, reach the last 5 feet?
If you're not within 30, you're not within 30. That's all.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
I guess I'll...
The other one's punchable though, right?
Well, yeah. I can go to him. Punch him.
Yeah, and then just, let everybody else figure out the other one.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
22 hits. Of course, it closes that
10
tab.
damage.
Okay, so 10. All right, Ray Morrell, you can go. It's just taking me a second to reload.
Yep. I'm gonna shoot the one on the left.
On your left or on the screen's left?
On the screen's left.
Okay.
Screen left.
I'm asking only to make it more confusing.
Oh.
I knew which one you meant.
All right.
That hits.
I'm going to use
Oh,
Grasping Arrow,
nice.
which is 2d6 poison damage, and its speed is reduced by 10 feet, and it takes 2d6 the first time it moves on its turn more than 1 foot.
Okay.
That sounds interesting. I like it.
All right,
Let's
so
take a look at Arcane Arch.
17. You don't really need to take a look, honestly. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's what I've heard so far.
it's just
They
it's
last
just
for 1 minute,
basically-
yeah.
and any creature can use an action to remove them with a DC 13 athletics check.
Okay. Well, it's not that smart. All
An
right.
athletics check.
And the carrion crawlers. So first, it's going to reach out, and it's going to wiggle its little tentacles at. Let's go with Eon.
Ew. I mean, Throg is a perfectly fine tentacly
Oh
target.
man, 14. I'm guessing 14
Just
misses.
hit me.
So
I just heard, dude, Thorok is well-defined tentacly. Wait.
Did I miss something?
then it is going to try to bite at Throg, and it has advantage because you recklessly attacked. A 14.
That hits.
So 8 piercing damage as it bites you.
Take 4.
And watching it tentacles at Eon, you have a flash of remembering what those tentacles actually do. And assuming you warn Eon, the tentacles, upon contact with them, they try to poison you, and that poison paralyzes you for a minute.
Oh. No, thank you.
So, don't touch the wiggly bits. Got it.
I think I have a bow.
Mm-hmm.
It means when you've already done. Because like if there's the like battle challenge, it's on that, but then they stay there even after you're done. All right, Niker.
Well, for now, I'm gonna, I guess, to these rocks, shoot at the thing that's not looking too great right now.
Yeah, it's
I'm
looking pretty
assuming.
bad. Yeah.
The other one was moving.
Oh yeah, the other one still has to move. I forgot.
Ah,
It has 30, so it's going to take its first step, which causes the extra poison damage because it's not smart enough to know the difference. So you can roll that. So it takes 7 poison damage, and then it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And it has its tentacle powers, which it has 10-foot reach on. Not its bite, but its tentacles. And this one is also going to try to tentacles Eon. 25, baby!
I've seen too much hentai to see.
I mean, I feel violated.
Oh, did it have slow on the first
No.
one, Roots?
oh yeah, it has.
By 10 feet.
It
Okay,
reduces
so
by
no,
10
it doesn't
feet.
get in range then. I forgot the reduced by 10 feet, so it's out of range of hitting you.
So it was just a terrifying vision I had in my head.
It's grasping its tentacles out at you as they're getting closer. And you saw your future.
Weird slurping sounds.
Well, no, because they're just like poisonous tentacles, so they're just like little slaps.
Mm.
Okay, so yeah, now you can go,
Disgusting
Niker.
enough.
Excellent arrow.
I'll shoot the annoying one. Did I? No, I didn't roll. Oh.
That's not going to do it.
Yeah, and then since I have nothing else to do, bonus action to hide. Just rogue things.
There you go. All right, Helja. They're both wounded. One of them, neither of them's looking great, but one of them's looking far more worse.
I guess I'll just hold the dead on
Okay.
the one that hasn't been smacked yet, or well, smacked as much.
Do you move?
Yeah.
I feel
Me?
like asking. Yeah.
He wants to know if you're going to get in the way.
I'm close enough. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Wait, do you have the scale mail, or did we give that to Ian?
I don't remember.
I have it.
Might want to give that to Ian, considering
Nah.
who's most likely to be in melee.
I mean, the mobs must have some fun too.
Wisdom save. They did not do it, so 6 necrotic damage. All right. Silver, back to you. It still lives.
Yeah, they still live.
Mm-hmm.
But this time, in order to save some of my fellow companions, I'm going to shoot at that thing.
Are they bloodied?
Both of them, yes.
Any of them? Ah, okay. Yeah.
Like I said, neither of them's looking great right now. But the one you guys are attacking is far worse.
Let's hope.
Nope. 12 just misses. 13.
Oh, I'm sorry. I tried.
All right, Throg. Yep, that hits.
Guessing that.
Yep. There you go. As you cut this one down.
I've been doing quite a bit of damage today. 17, 18, and...
24.
24.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna chuck a ball of fur at the
Oh.
other one.
You can move, by the way, as well. Because you haven't moved yet.
I know, but why would I move into danger to a thing that's been
just
shot by
making sure
barbs?
you know your options, that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the barbarian thing to do, though, wouldn't it?
So a 2, it's a giant rat. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Giant rat power.
Better than
activate.
Weasel.
It is. It's one better than a weasel. Because at least it's a giant rat. And not just a rat.
I mean, arguably it's worse because it's harder to have a giant rat on your shoulder.
I mean,
That
I guess
bites
it
you,
depends on
right?
what you want to do. It can, certainly.
Can try.
D20 plus 4.
Yeah,
And
it's
this
got
one-
its thing right. I was going to say, you can use its NPC token.
13. That's a
13 hits.
13.
Yeah, 13 hits. And you can use its
Okay.
NPC token for its to hit and damage rolls as well.
You can?
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
access. It's under the bag NPCs.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
but
can
how
just
do you
hit where it says bite on
You
the
click on the
character
word
sheet.
bite.
Oh, character sheet. Yeah, right. There. Yeah.
There you go.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
just do that so
Yeah,
I can
then just roll the damage. 6 piercing as it bites the carrion
max
crawler.
damage.
All right. Eon,
Even my rat does max damage.
he means it.
Yeah, he does.
Rat did
Yeah,
the same amount of
they're
damage I
drop-
did.
I mean, it kind of
17
fits.
hits
Yeah,
with
Throg's
8.
dice are on theme today.
All right. Roots. Ramrail's up.
2d damage.
What?
What?
Roots. Ramrail can shoot his bow if you want.
That's what I said. Big shooty damage.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 2D damage, and I was like, I don't know what 2D damage is. That hits.
I was one off from a crit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Yeah,
not
the
poison.
poison's not on there. You only overkill it by 11 points of damage as you kill the carrion crawler.
So even without sharpshooter, you still would have killed it.
Yes, just enough. You did one more without sharpshooter. All right.
Okay, since I forgot to do it earlier, quick Arcana check. What do I know about these things, if I know anything?
You know that they are carrion crawlers, which are also monstrosities of various kinds, and they can be trained like pets, but it's not very common. It's not, that's not something that's done normally. But these were obviously working together in a cohesive fashion, like they were trained to do stuff.
Yeah, I'll tell everyone.
And then you'd also know about
About
their paralyzing tentacles that they use to devour
And I'm
creatures.
assuming that they're not usually home to
Oh, no, not at all.
this area, but that's not a surprise considering they came out of the thing that we
That
presume
thing.
fell out of the sky.
Do their paralyzing tentacles stop working when they die?
No, it's a poison.
Ah, can you
As-
harvest it?
No, I mean you could make a medicine check, but do you have like apothecary tool?
supplies,
Yeah,
I
alchemical
guess.
tools to be able to extract
No,
anything.
no, I do not. No,
I
I do
don't
not.
think so, because otherwise someone could have checked that weird residue I found in the tunnel.
Yeah,
But I'm
that
still carrying
yeah
on
that
me.
that takes proficiency with alchemy supplies as well. But you do
Yeah.
figure that if you had the supplies for it, you could extract probably a small amount of that venom.
All right. Yeah, because that was one of those things I considered when I made my character, but that
Mhm.
was before Tasha's came out, so I couldn't change the proficiency from brewers to alchemist
Yeah.
from dwarf.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in the distance, you can still see the nautiloid glowing eerily.
Well, I guess our presence is known, so we might as well
So, Throg,
carry on.
since carry on crawling, you mean? Ha! So Throg, since you
I'll go seppuku myself now.
well, someone failed their sand check. Well, Throg, since you seem to have some history with these guys, anything we should know apart from staying together? And while killing everything that tries to kill us, which is the obvious thing.
Just kill them is all he really knows.
Okay. Well,
So did the bullet tracks come all the way over here, or?
They, in a roundabout way, you eventually followed them, and they led here, as if they left from that nautiloid. But the
Okay, then
kind of
I'll
winding way the bullet went seemed like it was not on a mission, but rather it was just like free and was
Exploring.
wandering. Yeah.
yeah, it got loose and I happened to run into it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll do. Since it's dark now, I guess it's with disadvantage. A perception check to see if there's anything else hidden in the snow around the nautiloid from the distance we're at. How far away are we from the nautiloid?
About a quarter mile.
Okay,
You can see
so
it down in
it's
the valley in front of you.
So it's definitely more of a sweeping. Do I find any obvious things around? So 60.
No. Looking out through the valley, there doesn't seem to be any other obvious landmarks that are, like, pulling you in that direction.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I for one can't find anything that seems like an obvious ambush. So I guess we try to get closer.
Well, yeah, but obviously something knows that we're here, right? Well, these might just be on guard.
These seem more like they were just posted here because they were trained as guards. I'm not sure if we can. It's probably safer to assume that they know we're here rather than they don't know. But I don't think these two were an like a giveaway of someone expecting us now specifically.
Hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, like I said,
guess we
it's probably
just,
safe to assume they'll probably know when we come closer. At the very least. Whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, let's approach it. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably carefully, like on guard.
Trying to find. I realized I went to go pull out.
Also, just in case, because I'm not sure if anyone picked up on it. I did just casually name that thing. The crash thing. In character.
As a nautiloid.
Yeah.
These things.
I find it.
No, not the nautiloid.
Yeah, the ship.
The ship, yeah.
Yep. Also, since I looked again at the message, we can assume that whatever is on that ship is still in fighting condition.
All right.
That's what I could. That's just about everything I can gather from the message they send out. Their vessel
Wait, but
doesn't
they-
work.
Weren't in fighting condition, or they are?
They are. Crew
Yeah.
safe, but the vessel imperiled.
All right. So they want help with the vessel, probably.
Yeah, they
Whatever
need
that
help with
entails.
with their vessel, but they seem to be fine according to their message.
I'm just trying to find. I realized when I just went to do it, I actually don't have in Roll20 the book that includes the monster token I want to use. So I'm seeing if I have a token that's close. Unless, or I have to bring tokens over from D&D Beyond, which I'm hoping not, but we'll see.
Also, I just kind of have to ask how long we're carrying on, because
Oh right, yeah, because you have that
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
I have the thing in about 45 minutes.
Do you? I was gonna say we could.
If you guys are like carrying on for hours, then it's probably a natural point for my character to like step back.
That's what I was gonna say. Is do you guys want to actually like run? Because once you start, like once you get to the Nautiloid, it's pretty much going to be, fairly
One
rapid fire
continuous
series of encounters. Because I'm sure if you start a fight, you're not going to be quiet about it, so you'll attract the other people. So it'll probably be one kind of long encounter. So if you want, we could obviously cut it here with the intent of you advancing on the Nautiloid, and then we can pick up next week right with you guys going to the Nautiloid. If that's what you would like
I'm
to
fine
do,
with that.
so you can all be here. Assuming next week works for everybody.
Yeah,
It should work for me, so
because if we're 2 people down next week, it would kind of
Right.
suck to-
That's what I was going to say. If next week is only like 3 or 4 people, then, then we're losing more than we're gaining. But if it works for most of everybody, then we can cut it that way, that you guys are advancing on the Nautiloid, and that's where we'll pick up.
I'm assuming I'll be there next week.
Okay.
Yeah, that should be good.
Then yeah, we'll leave it with that. You guys are moving towards the Nautiloid. All right. Well, there we go. Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, should be good.
So
Okay, so now I
next
can
week
just take some time to make my own tokens. Because I was just going to pull them out like I do for
mean,
everything
you
else.
can draw them, because obviously you have huge drawing.
I mean, I actually don't have to. Because they already drew them for me, and they're pretty good, so. Yeah.
That's
next week
important.
I may get to. Well, probably while we're trying to kill them, talk to some deep speech thing.
Mm.
You're gonna learn to speak deep speech, so you can do that in character next week. Yeah.
I told you not to speak to them.
I mean, yes, but you would never tell me why or whatever. So, like,
I know.
But I just
Be
want to.
tempted by the dark
I'm
side.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Like, here's the thing. It's more of a wisdom thing. So even Throg would have realized at this point that the reason why Niker doesn't listen to Throg's advice most of the time is because he doesn't explain himself. Like, Throg would have realized that by now.
Yeah.
But does
I know.
does
Not sure if
does
that'll
Throg just choose to
change it, like-
think that that's a fault on your part instead
Yeah,
of something that
exactly.
he's supposed to fix?
I'm not saying that he needs to change it just because.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely will not change anything. I have known that
I'd
for
assume
quite
as
a
much.
while.
Okay. Yeah.
Niker just in general doesn't listen, so.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, since we're wrapping that up, and my wife is sitting behind me playing Genshin Impact, I feel like I'm gonna switch over to Genshin Impact. Stream that for a minute.
Just a minute though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just like 1 single minute, and then we'll be done. That's definitely the normal way to do that.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
we
I'll
all know
probably hop
that.
over to
That's how
Genshin
it
too.
works.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like I said, I slept basically all of the afternoon, so I
Yeah.
still have my shit to do. I'm just
Same.
glad I managed to do the one thing I needed to do before I fell asleep, and that is just craft some resin so I don't lose out on regeneration.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who's yet again at max?
I would have assumed as much.
Just gonna cover up my little number at the bottom.
Though I didn't play yesterday at all.
Yeah, I saw when I was looking whether Vestal was online when
There we go.
that you had been offline for a while.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that bullet fight went surprisingly fine.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we used to quit, and that was
Yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like it
that
only got
could
to
have
attack
gone.
once.
That could
It
have
only
gone
got to attack
horrible.
once.
Yeah, and it didn't get to knock everybody
it
down.
really could.
And if
Yeah,
Frog
like,
didn't run at it, he would just like kill me.
Yeah.
Same with the carrion crawlers. Not a single tentacle hit.
Yeah, that
So-
thing would probably kill pretty much everyone other than me and Hauser. Hauser because it probably wouldn't hit.
Well,
Then,
the
you know,
reason it
like
would
that
hit is
40
that
health.
first attack is a save. Like when it belly flops,
Oh.
it knocks everyone prone
It's a
that fails
save.
the save, and then it gets to bite you with advantage while you're laying on the ground. That's how it gets you.
Like I've seen bullets in like 2 other games, encounters with bullets, and those things can be really terrifying if you don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah, it's CR5 for a bullet.
And I mean, it does 4d12, so
Mhm.
plus 4.
Yeah, like I said, I've seen them chomp really big numbers out of character.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
I
mean,
was
we are.
actually glad to see it.
undertaking.
Yeah, no, but like even in character, I'm kind of glad that Brock got it, because that was just a moment for Nike like, yeah, maybe not rapier this one. If I had any doubts left, yeah, maybe.
Burst forth.
Thanks for the game today.
Yeah,
Ready from the thing. So
I'm excited for next week.
yes,
Feel the
we
same
got
shit
some
power.
alien spaceship
Mm-hmm.
dungeon dwelling.
Which
Tentacles.
I got to have a good laugh at, because when you guys found the medal for the first time, somebody actually guessed it. They were like, "Is it a mind flayer ship?" I was like, "I don't know. I don't know. It's a space medal."
Hello, Tommy.
Well, flew above my
No,
head.
yeah, like out of character, I assumed that's what it was when I got that high roll and was like, yeah, this is not from this is not from this planet, not from this plane, and it's not magical. So I assume yes, it's probably
Great undertaking.
Yeah.
space things. But in character, of course, I wouldn't. Okay, Genshin, why do you not recognize my controller? I don't know.
It was cool Pathfinder, and even elves are aliens.
It's pretty fun because I think it's one of the things that a lot of people who don't actually look into D&D don't know about it. But D&D has always had a lot of aliens and shit in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just funny because it's like, oh yeah, the elves are basically from the Pathfinder
Yeah.
equivalent of Mars. They just got tired of living on Mars, and so they came to Earth. I'm just like, what?
I mean, sounds elf enough.
But yeah,
It's like-
if you guys have any specific, character things you'd like to play through or develop, obviously just, send me a message and we'll work out how you want to fit things into the campaign. The
My
more,
nose, I just
the
think
more-
that merchant kid's so good.
mm-hmm. Oh, don't worry. If you had not deceptioned well enough, you'd have told him things about your background on accident.
Good thing I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's only getting more fun from here because we're having a lot of
Now
our
we're actually
backgrounds
getting-
now coming up
Mm-hmm.
in the story and stuff.
Yeah, we're actually getting character moments. They're just running around discovering the world.
Yeah, that was really just the beginning, was, hey, look, guys, it's 10 towns. And now that you understand it's 10 towns, it's like, hey, look, it's horrible things that maybe you all are involved in. Maybe not.
Only one way to figure out. Yeah, I'm looking forward to my background coming.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the way the party dynamic is currently going.
All I know is I'm planning to use this merchant kit to further my backing on my my backstory.
Well, if you'd like to utilize it in a specific way, just send me a message. We can talk about it.
Awesome.
Got to get all my commissions done. These poor Hilichurl towers. I'll never see it coming.
Or Timmy. Well, I guess this time I'll do it properly because the first time I didn't. Then again, it is very much recommended that you at least once don't do it properly because so.
Oh, so have you done the Dragonspire quest line where you hunt down the big frozen pig?
Yeah, I've done everything. on
Did you die
Dragonspire.
to
I've
it?
had it. I died once.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
because its hitboxes are like early Monster Hunter quality.
well, I was only
ridiculous.
confused because it's specifically an achievement with a reward to die to it.
Yeah.
Like, you get 5 Primo Gems for dying to it. I was like, okay. Weird.
Yeah, you also get some primo gems to die to the cold. So.
Mm-hmm.
The good thing is it really only needs to be like one character needs to die, which is
Yeah.
like, whatever. I do also like that they, with the last update, the options of the commission spots spread between Mondstadt and not confined to one
Mm-hmm.
at all times. Also, I have read that there is a specific new, like NPC commission for the mountain that I personally haven't come across, but I saw someone mention it when.
I feel like
I
I
was
got one
looking up-
yesterday that was on Dragonspire.
Yeah, I did get one, but it was just a general one a few days ago. But yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it.
Yeah. I don't remember
in
what I
case
did
you
in
want
mine.
to spoil
I think I remember it being on the mountain.
it. No. Yep. Also, as far as I know, I have now actually found every single Crimson Agate that is to be found in the open world,
Wow.
which is 89, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah. I think I got like 83 or 4. No, I got 85 because I had gotten to the point where I could get the 5 extra, and getting the 5 extra let me level up one more time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm now on. I think I'm on level 10, and like 1 away from 11 because of the 9 extra.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm on 9 agate.
last trip.
But yeah, I actually really like a lot about the mountain. There's a few things I don't like.
Yeah.
Specifically, the cryo lava trolls,
Oh,
big
yeah.
boys.
Yep.
They're just real assholes. Um, like I'm lucky because my team setup can deal with them fairly well.
Yeah.
But I like if my fucking level 80 Zhong with almost 25k hit points can get wombo comboed. Yeah, no thank you. Then again, I've mostly been using my Dylan party setup because it's my pyro setup.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's been the one thing that, like, while it makes sense, is also annoying. Is it's that you can't not have a pyro person. Like, you really
Yeah,
can't.
unless you have really strong, for example, electro. Like you can make do with it. And I've actually managed to, after trying a bit, the combination of sure it's semi-viable, but the combination of Ning and Zhong actually works out fairly well if you combine it with Fischl.
Yep.
Because together they can have enough to, like, for example, get through the shields and shit, even in a snowstorm where they regen. But it's kind of a pain, and it requires ults to get through a single fucking shield. So yeah, while with Pyro it's just bonk, 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 done.
Yep.
Shield is gone.
Burst forth.
Yeah, like the hyper reliance on Pyro is one of the things I don't quite like. But then again, it seems like we're not getting rid of that. The hyper reliance on certain elements is just baked into the way they do things. Fuck for 2E skirmishes. Specifically the Electrons, because
You have to have cryo.
it's the one time when I pull out Gaia. My level 40 Gaia. All I need is your E.
Yeah. I just deal with it. Like, I just Diluc, because then every fire attack I get overload, and it does, like, damage. I know it takes longer, but I'm like, I'm not changing for this. Like, I'm just going to deal with it.
Yeah, I do change if I know it's coming up, but if I just happen upon them, that's usually what I go for. Also, it does help that my Jean can equip the event sword.
Oh, yeah.
So she does just stupid amounts of damage. With her E that comes up every 6 seconds. If I meant, and because she's running very decent, if I crit, which is very likely because of the event sword bonuses, I get around between 11 and 12k. Just from the animal portion.
Yeah.
Like even on my level, if I add a crystal, like one of the crimson crystals, and crit on that effect too, I can straight up one-shot, for example, the smaller cryo slimes in the challenges. It's really fun. No, I'm actually pretty happy with that sword, even outside of things, because it works really well on the way.
Yeah.
I build my Jean as a support, damage and heal support, basically, with debuff from for whatever element I'm using, because very decent.
Yeah, the only reason I don't use that sword all the time is because I got the Skyward Blade off a random one.
Oh, yeah,
and so, like if I'm on the mountain, the event sword is better, but anywhere else it's
but
not.
outside, it's the 5-star monstrosity that is the Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
Now, one other reason why Ning actually can deal with the guys on the mountain is because I got Lost Prayers,
Mm.
which is probably the most, or I'm only saying probably because I haven't looked at all the catalysts, but from what I've heard, it is just the most broken weapon in the entire game
Yeah.
for catalyst DPS users. Which makes sense, because it just gives you 32% crit damage after 16 seconds on the field,
Mm-hmm.
on top of having really high attack, passively just increasing your movement speed, which is nice, and giving you a cut on of crit rate. Yeah, just get everything, sure.
Alright. 2 and 2. What did I need? 12. Oh, it's so many.
Oh,
To,
Ascension 5.
yeah, to get albedo up.
Oh yeah, that's also a fun thing. After I got Jong, that boss fight,
Mm-hmm.
got significantly easier on the the healing phase,
Mm-hmm.
because his E, where he drains geo energy from surrounding constructs,
It counts
just
for all
one-shots
the
two
other...
of the pullers.
Of course it does.
And it would one-shot all three of them if it wasn't locked to it only drains, like, it does damage to everything in range, but only drains geo energy from 2 targets.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise he would just go in the middle, hold E, and it's done. Like, I don't know if I mentioned it towards... I think you might have been there when we talked about it before. Like, I really don't think he needs a massive buff.
Yeah.
Because what he was designed to do, he does extremely well while still putting out decent damage.
Mm-hmm.
But sure, if they want to make him a DPS carry on top of that, I'm not gonna complain because I have him.
Yeah.
And honestly, after seeing what Albedo is capable of, okay, maybe it is fair to buff him a bit. Still think they're going a bit overboard, even with that in consideration.
Yeah.
Especially the...
One of my favorite things with albedo right now that I've been playing around with, not that it's like an OP thing or anything, but if you're just using the like natural placement of his E, if you like have a mob that's getting like bumped around, it generally drops immediately behind them, so it pushes them right back into his melee attacks.
Yep.
For the extra burst, and it feels good. You can like kind of combo with it.
Yeah, something similar you can do with the Geo Traveler. If you time the E correctly, like on the final hit when you usually send lighter mobs flying.
Yep.
If you manage to get the E out in time, they fly backwards, then get hit while in the air with the meteor and fly backwards above you, so you just have to turn around to continue whacking them.
Nice.
But it's pretty finicky.
Mm-hmm.
Just because that meteor has a weird hitbox sometimes. Like the Geo Traveler E.
Yeah. I went to 2 different people's worlds to steal enough Cecilia flowers to rank him up. I mean,
Yeah,
I asked them before I could take them, but I took them.
Yeah. Yeah. I know Festal's been on my world a couple of times to get enough because he managed to get him both on EU and his Asia account.
Oh, wow.
Without trying for
yeah,
it
just
on
like
either.
kind of getting it.
Yeah. Like he just wanted, I think mainly he wanted C1 Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, he's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Not kind of stupid. He's straight up stupid. Like his skill is just his ult is just ridiculous. But yeah. Now, also, one fun thing that Festal told me, apparently in specifically some Asian countries, the devs could technically or potentially be sued if they, for a gacha game like this,
Mm-hmm.
nerf characters
Oh yeah,
because people paid for them.
yeah, you're de-evaluating a purchase.
Yeah. And so that is one of the reasons they will probably never get nerfed. So really the only option they have is make everything else stronger.
Yeah.
Which
I
is
mean, it kind of makes
a fun
sense,
thing to know.
but
It kind of
should
makes
be
sense, but also
it
it
illegal to, you know, like control. Or
yeah, like
balance
I
your
get
game.
where I get where they're coming from, but also it's probably a nightmare for the devs.
Yep.
Because like balancing is hard enough. Especially in a game where they really do try to make every character unique. I gotta give them that. Their character concepts and designs, like gameplay-wise, are every character has its own, really has its own personality in terms of kit.
So far, like that's one of those.
Yeah.
I'm always curious about is how long will they be able to do that?
Yeah, that there will be things that will start coming up again and again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, the way that Xinyan and Noel were first treated are fairly similar. Though they don't actually are, mainly because Xinyan actually has way less things that scale with defense without her constellation. Like, she gets a lot of defense scaling with more constellation.
Yeah.
At first, like, when the people first got a peek at her abilities and stuff, they thought, oh, it's Pyro Noel. And they're similar because they're both weight reducers that have defense scaling, but it's not quite as blatant as, yeah, they're basically the same character, just with a different element. And that's also gonna be interesting because there are, like there was a character list leaked at one point that basically showed names, designs, elements, and weapon types for characters. No abilities, not rarities, so really we don't know much.
Yeah.
But according to that list, we'll at some point get another Geosphere user, so that's gonna be interesting. And really, what I'm mainly hoping for right now is just for us to get more 4 stars.
Yeah.
Because on this, and even on the next banner, if you don't get the new 5-star introduced in that banner, there is nothing new on that banner.
Yep.
Then again, with the way they're going right now, and with their
Wind. Hit this thing with wind.
with the way they're giving out like all the primo gems and just being like, yeah, sure, get here, have some more rolls.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably not going to be that huge of an issue. Like if they continue that way,
Yeah.
if they don't
Coming to be.
and continue just mainly releasing 5 stars, it's gonna get a bit annoying at some point because everyone will have a bunch of 4 stars at max constellations, but only a tiny handful of 5 stars.
Yep.
which is not necessarily bad because there's enough 4-stars that with a few constellations easily outdamage everything the 5-stars have, or not easily everything.
They can become
but,
comparable instead of being worthless.
I mean, that's the thing, like, there's almost no worthless character. And some 4-stars can easily be considered 5-stars with just a bit of investment. Just because of their versatility and use in certain team comps.
Here, I'll try
Like,
to
for
put
example,
you back.
Fischl.
Yeah.
Because Fischl is ridiculous, because she does everything.
Burst forth.
Well, everything damage related.
Yeah, just like walk out onto it. Yeah, there you go. The only thing that I don't like about Fischl is as the difficulty got higher, before I like ranked certain things up, how often she would die during the Raven thing.
Yep, that is a problem.
Like, because so many other characters, if you pop your Q, they're like invulnerable for like the 2 seconds while you're doing the casting animation. And especially
Yeah, but
since hers
because
does
she
the
basically
healing at the
doesn't have
end of it.
one.
Right. And since she
Yeah.
heals at the end of it, you're vulnerable the entire time. And I've tried to use it before as like an escape and heal, and then you just get killed out of it. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, because you can't even dodge while you're in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, the healing is on like, what, C4? So it's
Yeah.
not even something you would normally consider. Like, it's a bonus.
And I don't remember exactly, but I think it's just a percent of her like max anyway. It's like
Yeah.
20 or 25 or something, so it's not like you can't like scale it up and make it so you use it to keep her alive. It's just like a little bump so she stays on the field.
Yeah. And it's really just, like, for me, it seems, from my experience using her and everything, it seems more like a counter to her often getting hit in Raiden form rather than actual self-sustain.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, on the higher difficulties, you will just get nuked
Yeah.
if you get hit by anything.
I always just use it as a second way to set up the Raven to come out. Because at the end of it, it does the same thing. So what I've been doing with it is I shift like onto her, I use it, and then as soon as I've like tagged the people I want and I get exactly where I want, if you change characters, she'll drop the Raven immediately when she switches off the field.
Yep.
So it's like an early way to like quit out of it.
Yep, that's what I've been doing as well. And usually if I'm going to use, like, if I know the fight's gonna be a bit longer, I usually start with her ult, because it's usually charged when I'm just walking around.
Mm-hmm.
And because she just summons Oz, which technically is her E,
Yep.
she immediately starts regaining it without you needing to use her E actually. So as soon as he vanishes after the ult usage, you can just put out him again and she'll, after that, unless you're really unlucky with her energy generation, because it is RNG based on hit, she will usually have more than half of the ult back. That's that. No, I'm very much hoping for the next banner to work out for me, because I really need a cryo character. Like, technically the best thing for me to get would be a cryo healer, so Chi-Chi or Iona.
Yeah, I just need a healer that's not Barbara. She's the only like healing character I've pulled at all. And while she's really good at it, like the number of times you run into like something that can freeze, it's like, okay, I'd like to have another option.
Yeah. Like, she's really good at healing, but she's also really good at setting you up to get frozen or vaporized or...
I've got two
Yeah.
more, like, commission quests. What, two
Sure.
more, but I just, like, got distracted by like the puzzle and they
Yeah. Well, it was a quest line to work on too.
Yeah.
I mean, that is Genshin in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, shiny. Ooh, shiny. Ooh, shiny.
It's purple.
Yeah, I got 2 more.
Yeah, I'll go get the one by the Stone Gate.
Which one is that?
I don't know. It's the one by the Stone Gate. That's all I know. I find them on the map instead. So yeah, that's the one I'm headed to.
Okay, I'll do the other one.
Yeah, we did find out that if you're in somebody else's world, you can go do their commissions for them. They don't even have to be close.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's a breakable stone wall over by this one, though.
Ah,
I didn't break it, just so that you won't miss it later.
Yeah, that's another thing that Pastal and me noticed a couple of times, that in multiplayer specifically, if there's chests that are, for example, blocked by an element, be it like by the vines, dendro, or like frozen or whatever, they become unopenable in multiplayer very often.
Hmm.
Unrelated to whoever breaks the actual thing sealing.
Yep.
We tried that too, whether it was like I broke it, Pastal couldn't open it, or the other way around.
Yeah, we had a couple of those happen on Dragonspire when I would like thaw them out of the ice. She couldn't open them all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, gotta collect my gem.
Of course you're headed up.
Yeah.
Burst forward.
I was gonna say, you were trying way too hard. Like, it was just like walk out and walk up the pathway. You just went out the wrong door. Which makes it a lot harder to get to.
Coming to be.
That's down. Disappeared.
That's because I got to it. So how's your albedo been treating you, Alan?
Look at this girl over here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm working on getting mine enough stuff to rank him up past 70. Killed the Geo guy so many times.
Yes.
And I don't have like super good artifacts yet, but I have the like set where it's the archaic Petra. So 15% bonus Geo, and then upon obtaining an elemental shard created through crystalline, all party members gain 35% damage bonus for that particular element. So I've got the set of 4, but the artifacts themselves could be better. But they're not
Yeah, that's
terrible.
just the standard.
Yeah.
You know, the other day I was again trying to get more Viridescent for Anima MC, and I got a really promising looking cap,
Yeah.
which was actually the first ever cap I got after like over a dozen of runs using condensed resin.
Mm-hmm.
And it straight up came with 5-star, with crit rate, main stat, 4 base stats out of the box, so you get 5 upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
and the substats were energy
Oh, do I have to
recharge,
read it
crit
again?
damage, and then flat defense and flat HP. But half of them being really good for what I wanted to use them for was like, okay, I'm definitely
Yeah.
gonna level this thing. Leveled it to 12, and all 3 upgrades went to flat defense and flat HP.
Oh.
So it went from, oh, this looks really nice, to great, it's
So it's not
might
that.
as well be half useless.
Ready, steady,
It's
go!
just sad. Give me my
Mhm.
very desert shit already. It is definitely my most run domain. The very decent domain. Like, I should run the Pyro artifact domain.
Yeah.
The problem is I need cryo damage for that.
Oh, yeah.
Or a crap ton of Geo, which also
Take
works.
a look. There will definitely
Like, Festal the other day brought along his friend with a C6 level 90 Ning with
Mm.
Lost Prayers.
Wow.
Holy crap. And I was like running Zhong, and they have really good synergy when it comes to,
add Astra.
well, just ruining everyone's day with geo damage and creating a crap ton of energy. So both of us just could keep ulting and just brute forcing our way through everything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't think mining is set up to compete with that. Even though it is a ding with Lost Prayers, it is without any constellation, and if she's level 75 without proper artifacts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, also, have you done the Dragonspan quest with the missing father?
Yes. Big rip.
Haven't you heard?
When you you
Yes.
can find the book on the pack that's like just outside.
Yep.
So I'm wondering, because the pack was there and stuff, it's like I'm wondering if that's definitely supposed to be that he died, or, you know, if they're gonna
Yeah,
try to allude to a further quest that'll get showed up at some point.
Yeah.
Because he specifically talks
Like
about the foxes, and you can put berries in there, and then the foxes show
Exactly.
up, but that's it. Seems kind of weird that it's like all it does is make a
Oh, no,
fox
that's-
show up.
No, that's not it. Keep feeding the foxes. That's what I
Okay.
was alluding to. Keep feeding the foxes.
Okay. But like for how long? Because I've done it a couple times.
Nameless treasure.
Mm-hmm. There's like 3 of those you end up having to finish, and then it's like a quest line. Yeah, because I think I fed them 2 or 3 times. I mean, I got something like, 300 whatever, so like I can feed these berries boys forever. Yeah, I pretty much farmed all the event stuff myself, and then I hopped over and helped Alina get through all of it, so I have, like, super excess of all of the currencies. Because I ran it so many extra times on, like, world level 1.
I am still here. Just
Oh.
Discord decided that I was not.
It said no.
Yeah. Now what I was saying is, I haven't actually tried the domain for the geo artifacts
Mm-hmm.
because I looked at it and saw recommended element, Electro,
Yep.
and
Pyro
basically
works
my
too.
own. That is good to know.
I thought it does anyway. Maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
You know what? Mainly, well, my only real like Electro build character for the longest time was just Beidou,
Mm-hmm.
and outside of her ult, her application is kind of iffy because it relies on that counter.
Mm.
So it's a bit, not sure if I want to do that. But really, I should just try it for once because I haven't ever actually tried that thing.
Yeah, I do have to say,
So maybe I should do that.
I do like that you don't pay the energy to attempt it. You only pay the energy to loot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really nice. Also for multiplayer because it means you can just
Yeah, you can help your
continuously
friend
help people
without,
out.
like, spending energy yourself. You can be like, yeah, we'll run it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we did after, like with Vestal's friend.
Mm-hmm.
Like we ran, I think 3 different domains for the 3 of us. And like outside of 2 runs, I didn't even take anything. But because they helped me on the Pyro domain, which is like my biggest nightmare because I have no cryo,
Mm-hmm.
and nothing that can reliably brute force them, I was like, yeah, I'll help you. Also, we got to I got to try out the new domain on top of Dragon's Spy.
Yep.
I like it.
I
Well,
haven't
I
gone
liked
into that
it.
one yet.
I liked it when we were going in. Is essentially me on Zhong, the other guy on his super buff name, and Vestal with Klee, because it was basically just alt non-stop.
Mm-hmm.
And because Zhong's alt on level 7 where I have it petrifies enemies for 3.7 seconds and only takes 40 energy to recharge.
Mm-hmm.
It was basically, yeah, as soon as the cooldown's down, I'm gonna ult again because I have the energy before the cooldown goes down. Because Ning's J-Stream gives ridiculous amounts of energy. And Zhong's energy regeneration is actually pretty good as soon as you have a second Geo construct to resonate. Like with if you only have the pillar,
Mm-hmm.
it is kind of unreliable, but as soon as another Geo construct is hitting enemies, that's really reliable. Because it is a 50% chance.
Mm-hmm.
So having 2 times 50% chance, yeah,
Wouldn't you
a
know
lot
is
more
100.
reliable than one. Yeah, like it is not, because it is still RNG and it is not
Right.
cumulative. You still have a chance of not getting anything, but
But
it's
it also means
fairly
you have a chance
rare.
of getting double.
No,
Shouldn't it?
you
It just
only
doesn't stack
no.
up.
No, like that is one of the things. Like that is the one thing that I would like them to actually change on top. The way his energy regeneration that works, because it has more ways to be unreliable than it has to be reliable. Like if it had, like almost all other energy generations that work that way, that they are RNG based. For example, Albedo, his energy regeneration is on his the explosion is also RNG based, but every enemy he hits has a chance of spawning a particle, as opposed to Zhong, where it is if the pillar hits, an enemy, it has a chance of spawning a card. Or any construct that resonates and hits an enemy has a chance of spawning.
Yeah.
So it's not based on the number of enemies hit, but the number of constructs. Then again, like I said, like 40 energy is not a lot.
Yeah.
So usually, as soon as you have another Geo construct on the field, you usually have no problems with energy on it. Both Ning and Geo Traveler work well.
This is it.
Geo Traveler arguably better because you can just spam the E.
I do
And it
like
gives
how
a
fast
lot of energy.
Albedo's E comes back up.
That
It
is also stupid, yeah.
So fast.
Yeah.
Considering it lasts 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Since it was like the 30-second buff, like, that was what caught me off guard the most when I went to use him. Was I thought it was going to be, you know, it's, you know, like 45 seconds because you put the buff down and, you know, there you go.
Or at least like 12 seconds or 15 seconds, like with many other abilities where it's like, yeah, you can keep it up constantly, but you have to time it right. And for him, it's just like, yeah, no, just cast it basically whenever.
Great undertaking. On, reveal thyself.
And then at one point we did try out Albedo, Ning, and Zhong as a combo, and it was just, what is energy cost? Yeah, let's try this level 19.
Oh, there he is.
I guess I'll yeah, I'll try bringing Kea just for some cryo shenanigans. Mainly because I'm using Fischl, I might want to have the ability to get superconduct.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh. Okay, so don't melt
Oh, yeah.
and don't vaporize. Okay.
So
But
no
do
fire.
supercon. Cryo, so okay. Well, that changes things. Guess I'll be using Geo on the Geo thing. Because Zhong's main damage is physical.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you give him Crescent Bike. Which I obviously did, because it's craftable. And stupidly good. Like, it is arguably better than a bunch of 5-star spears.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really good. Even more so because both spear users we have so far, Zhengling and Zhong, just do physical damage as their attacks. So it just works really well on them.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the boat or not. We're gonna find out.
Oh, fuck this. course, there's a fucking ruin hunter in here.
Alright, which one is it?
Level 90 ruin hunter.
There we go.
Hurts a lot.
Actually, I do need to climb once I get there, so I'll eat the other food too. Sprinting. Climbing, sprinting. I don't have a swimming one? Maybe I haven't made it yet. Oh well. We'll hope I don't die. Did it.
Oh no. Let me swap. I don't like it. Ah, that hurt. Where's my revive food?
Life is short,
There's
so eat, drink, and be merry.
So what are the other these? It's 2 cryos instant. 2 cryo abyss mages. Okay. None of them have an aura, so it shouldn't be too bad. Even though it's gonna be
Oh.
annoying.
I didn't think I would see
Cryo.
you here.
Are these two your friends?
Yes, we had the fortune of meeting not too long ago. They are quite a knowledgeable and talented pair, and a pleasure to be around. Traveler, we were just discussing the history of Rex Lapis. Would you like to listen?
This, good sir,
Man,
seems
Gene's
not to
E is
appreciate
just
the
so good
almighty
in
power of the Lord of Geo.
every way you could
As a professional
imagine and more.
archaeologist, I'm inclined to correct some of his erroneous views.
Simply, even simply for the times
We are
it saves your
discussing
butt
the
by being
whereabouts
able
of the
to
first Mora.
knock an enemy out of their AoE
Mm-hmm.
like damage field.
As everyone knows, the Lord of Geo taught the ancient people of Liyue the craft of smelting, creating goods that allowed them to develop trade with the early nations of that time. Today, Liyue holds the sole right to cast Mora in the entire continent of Tivat. The world's very first
least I
Mora
do
should
now
have been
know
cast
that
by the
this does
hands of the
indeed
Lord
work
of
with
Geo
these
himself
setup.
thousands of years ago.
According to my research, as well as my own hypothesis, I believe that this coin of unique historical significance has been passed down secretly through the years as a kind of token. For example, perhaps the Qixing who control the Liyue use it in some kind of unknown ceremony they hold when they come to power.
No, no, no. My research indicates that the first Mora coin is not such a simple thing. Mora is a catalyst. This we all know.
Even though it took me almost 6
Today,
minutes to
Mora
clear.
is used in the mystic arts for its curious properties of weapon enhancement. The world's first Mora would no doubt possess the strongest power. My next historical treatise will boldly expound on the newest findings from my intense decade-long research. That is,
Well, that's
that
a
the
flaw
Lord of
for,
Geo used this original Mora as a catalyst to enhance a dagger
Noel.
and a sword.
A dagger and a sword?
Well, buy the book when it comes out to read the full story. For
This
now,
might
I will
work
only
on
reveal
Dawn.
this. The one who finds the dagger shall become supreme in Liyue. And the one who finds the sword may be crowned Liyue's sovereign.
I can't say I agree. Let us not speak of the authenticity of the dagger and sword first.
Time to go again.
But Mora and money came about simply because they are a convenient measure of a contract's value. Rex
Again?
Lapis just meant for
Wait.
Mora to serve as a catalyst for people to
Into the
exchange
GU
and trade.
artifact domain.
The world's first Mora is probably just an ordinary coin created by Rex Lapis. As for its fate, the same as all Mora, I suspect. It was simply spent somewhere.
I think that Mr. Hanshua's hypothesis seems reasonable. Mr. Zhongli's argument, on the other hand, lacks any evidence. How can you so easily dismiss the Lord of Geo's profound foresight?
No, I am not debating right or wrong. I am simply stating a fact.
Enough. Do you think you understand the Lord of Geo more than me?
I know but little about history, and I wouldn't dare to brag. But discussion is meaningless if everyone has the same opinion, no?
Well then, answer me this. Long ago, when Liyue Harbor was being constructed, the Lord of Geo taught the people how to build houses. The model home he used to teach them was completely cast from Mora, correct?
That is correct, indeed.
Okay, then tell me. Why would the Lord of Geo do something so extravagant, if not because of the mystical power that Mora contains?
There's a simple explanation, really. To the god of wealth and commerce, what material is easier to get than Mora? I mean, I am talking about Rex Lapis.
Excuse me, sir. I have some questions about archaeology. Can we find somewhere quiet to chat? I mean, if it's okay with you.
Oh, it's no problem at all. But may my friend accompany us? Perhaps they could be of some help.
Of course. They can come if that's what pleases you, sir. Let's go.
Yeah, you know, it's what you do.
Life is short, so eat, drink, and be merry.
I'm just waiting for us to find out that, like, literally every NPC is actually a deity. Like, all of them. Every single one. Every, just, like, citizen in town, all secret gods. But, like, everyone's hiding it from each other, so nobody knows.
I mean, there's a maximum of 7.
Well, no, those are just, like, the 7 that are currently in charge. But, like, they even said that, like, technically, like, because even them, they didn't start that way, and there used to be way more than that before the current, like, agreement came to pass. Because they said...
Well, yeah, but
yeah.
basically every other god that didn't agree and still, quote-unquote, wanted to be a god no longer is around. At least not active.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like, I do like the way they did, like, the concept of deities in here, where it's like, yeah, they're not some inherently mythical being that is completely different from just normal people.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily.
Yeah, they're not, like, you know, unrelatable. They exist in the world and do world things.
Well, if they decide so, at least.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep, this time down to 4 minutes. Give me something good.
What I'm about to say is a bit disrespectful of the Lord of Geo and would draw a lot of angry looks. So it's best to discuss this somewhere quiet. Your argument just now exhibited acuteness of speech and thought. Most importantly, you don't fall for the boasting and acting of the others. You remain objective. So I have a question for you. Perhaps you will answer differently from other scholars. Do you think that all the gods that the Geo Archon killed were evil?
Let's not analyze it in terms of good versus evil. Rex Lapis placed great importance on the integrity of contracts. So any gods he killed certainly must have broken some kind of contract.
Right! The Lord of Geo wouldn't kill the innocent.
But when I was doing some research, I learned about the legend of the god of salt. The god of salt, Havria, was a very kind god, but she encountered Morax one day in battle. Morax used a rather underhanded trick to assassinate her.
What?
No, I did not.
No way!
This bit of history is a long story. But you may not like the truth when you hear it.
Don't worry, please tell me what you know. This event, I've already searched for answers for a long time.
Quite so. I don't know where to begin.
Over here, Mr. Zhongli. I've been looking for you. So you're over here all this time.
Put down your weapon and stay back. Otherwise, Hymon's reporting you to the Millilith.
First of all, I'm not holding a weapon. There's no need to overreact now. I'm simply an archaeological researcher from Snezhnaya. I'm not here for trouble.
The Fatui say that every time.
But this time, I registered with the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs. I could show you the official documentation if you want to see it. I will be conducting an archaeological survey here, the results of which will all be shared with the ministry. I heard that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor had a consultant named Zhang Li, with immense knowledge of ancient history and archaeology. So I paid Wangsheng Funeral Parlor a handsome amount to hire Zhang Li as my own consultant while I'm in town.
So you mean to say that this is work for the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, yes? Well, since it's work, I don't have a choice. A consultant of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor must respect their duty.
Of course you would be such a reasonable man. Well then, let's head out now, shall we?
Wait, if you were studying archaeology, can I go too? I am also a scholar in this field, so I can help.
That will give us a chance to continue the topic we were just discussing. Oh, and you should tag along too. This experience may be of help to you on your future adventures. It is a story from before the rise of the Seven. Although the god of salt has already perished, it will still be a meaningful experience for your journey.
Wait. This is an archaeological expedition, not a tour group. That's too many people.
But this friend of mine has a treasure-finding talent, surpassed by no one. It will surely be of great help to us.
Oh? What talent?
If my friend espies a treasure chest, they will absolutely find a way to open it.
Hey, Paimon's good at that too!
Well, that is quite enticing. All right, then. Well, let's go. There's no time to waste. When the Overlord of the Vortex was crushed by the Jade Chamber recently, perhaps something of interest was washed ashore. An ancient artifact would be good. Traces of ancient activity would be great. But a piece of the God's Limb would be even better. Who knows what surprises we may find.
Okay. Potentially interesting.
This place looks so ordinary. Can we really find anything valuable here?
Huh? Paimon thinks it looks really grand.
So close to
I
greatness,
don't
but
mean the
quite
scenery,
big.
but rather that there should be something out of the ordinary. A big battle did just occur and all, and I don't even know where to begin looking here.
Guyon Stone Forest is actually the perfect place
Like
to
this
be.
is the second out
If you
of
wish to learn about the
the
gods
3
or
runs
the
I've done
history of the
right
Archon
now
War.
that
Legend
the
has
2
it
5
that
stars
Rex
I
Lapis threw
got
spears made
would
of
have
large
been
rock into the sea here, piercing,
perfect
crushing the Overlord of the Vortex.
for certain characters
After
if
many
only
years of wind
they're
erosion, those
the only
stone
thing that would
spears
have
turned
needed
into the
to
unique
swap
rock
between the two
formations we
would
see
have been
now.
which set they
These
belong to.
mountains were the Lord of Geo's
Like if they just belonged to the other
What we see
set
now is just the part of them
each
that
time,
remains.
they would have been perfect
The
for
stone
Noel and
spears
Jean,
hurled by Rex
respectively,
Lapis
each time.
all those years ago were much greater, both in number and in size. But due to the different angles they landed at, their large centers of mass, erosion by seawater, and years of gravity,
Obviously, that's not how it's gonna work
many
out.
of them have been completely swallowed by the sea. So besides wind erosion, the initial collapsing of the stone spears also played a big part in the formation of Guyon Stone Forest.
Well, a god able to fight one so powerful
I'm
as
hop off
Rex
for now.
Lapis was
Alright,
certainly
see
very
you later.
strong in its own right.
Good luck on the
Indeed.
farm.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun
This is
and
where
see
the
you guys
value
around.
lies in research at Guyon Stone Forest.
So,
Most of the objects from that time were lost to the sea. But the gigantic waves created by the Overlord of the Vortex have given those sunken objects a chance to see the light of day again.
So you're saying that if we look carefully, we'll be able to get very, very rich. I mean, rich with archaeological knowledge and historical value, yes? That's all I seek in life. Well, since we brought so many people, I think it would be best to split up and look.
Okay then, I will go with my friend here. Although I have a smattering of knowledge in various disciplines, when it comes to archaeology, I can't compete with the expert here.
Huh? Me?
What's the matter? This is your profession. Why are you so surprised?
I get it. I'll escort him then.
Okay. If we find anything valuable or rare, let's meet on the shore opposite from here. The ancient god probably left behind lots of elemental marks. Following them should make our search much easier.
Well, go ahead then. Use your elemental sight to look for any marks.
Come into being!
I straight exploded that squirrel.
This is not exploding. Keep them squirrel.
It was one of the ones that like runs off with the extra Mora, and I dropped Albedo's elemental attack on it, and it just like rocketed away.
Guyan Stone Forest is a place where a god was defeated, and its remnants still affect the area to this day.
Coming to be. Coming to be. Witness my great undertaking.
By royal decree.
Burst forth.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Burst forth. Coming to be moments of birth.
Oz, reveal thyself. They're gathering together here. But why?
See that object in the center? It emits the remnant strength of the god. That would certainly trigger the hydromimic monsters. I have a contract and must put my personal feelings aside. Go ahead, defeat them, and recover the relic.
Coming to be. Moment of birth. Coming to be.
It's just a stone slab, but its design is quite unique. It should be enough to garner some information. Let's head back.
You call yourself a scholar of archaeology? You can't even recognize this or that. What are you good for?
We all have our areas of expertise. I already tried very hard to explain.
Oh, stop arguing! What in the world happened?
This girl just keeps bragging about how she's an archaeologist, but she doesn't even know anything about the surrounding ruins. I even know more than her. She left me to rely solely on guessing, experience, to find anything valuable to take back. Ugh, what a waste of time.
I've just been researching the god of salt, so I'm not familiar with sea relics. Is that so strange? And you kept asking about how much Mora everything is worth. Can the value of relics only be measured in Mora?
Isn't measuring their value in Mora the easiest way? this also matches the traditions of Liyue, does it not?
Now, calm down. No need to make a fuss. We were able to bring back some intriguing objects. Let's have a look. Oh, what a shame. These objects were indeed washed ashore by the Overlord of the Vortex, but they have nothing to do with the god besides being in the vicinity at the time. The stone slab we found, however, has a mysterious pattern and faint aura of divine power. Perhaps it will be useful for research purposes.
Quick, give it to me. At least we didn't come for nothing. The power of the gods, yes! This is good. Oh, but these other objects are certainly worth a little something, right? It should be enough to cover the cost of hiring you. It's all mine.
So, it's only valuable for research if there are remnants of divine power in it?
Not at all. My quest to uncover the history of the God of Salt is because history can tell us about culture and beliefs. But you're just trying to use archaeology to get rich.
Nonsense! I'm a professional archaeology researcher from Snezhnaya. I swear, if I'm lying, may the Lord of Geo strike me down.
Oh, by the way, you probably don't want to sell that teacup.
Oh? Why's that?
That's not an ancient teacup. It's part of Ningguang's collection. It must have fallen here along with the Jade Chamber.
Yes.
So unless you want to mess with the Qixing...
Ah, I see. What a shame. It was of such high quality, too.
See? You do want to sell these objects!
But, so what? Why can't I pursue wealth both intellectual and material? Don't be so simple-minded. All right, then. No need to stay here any longer. I'm rather quite intrigued by the God of Salt, too, actually. Let's go to Saltarai next.
I think I came to this little island like once and I never came back. Oh, yeah.
Burst forth!
By royal decree.
Retribution!
By royal decree.
This ancient power. I heard that Salterai was once the home of the god of Salt's people. Therefore, there's sure to be loads of valuable relics nearby.
According to legend, the people of the god of Salt, Havria, enjoyed prosperous lives under her protection. But this legend has been around for ages. With the countless scrap collectors and treasure hoarders in the area, there probably aren't many valuable things left here.
Oh, good. That's just great. If I knew it was picked this clean before, I wouldn't have come.
About that.
Because he
I know
made a
there's
contract,
ruin deep in
so
this cave here.
like,
It's
since he's
related
the
to
god of
Salt,
contracts, he's
which is
basically
actually
like
how the
lawful
area
neutral,
originally
and
got
since
its
he has
name
been
as
signed onto the
Salterai.
contract, he will see it done.
However, the ruin entrance
Regardless.
has been sealed by a mysterious power. Nobody has been able to break the seal. I found a mechanism that seemed to be related to the seal, but when I undid the mechanism, the seal wasn't affected at all. So at the moment, the seal's origin and how to break it are very important topics in my research on the god of Salt. I don't know, there's no concrete evidence, but I'm pretty sure the seal is meant to hide some kind of long-forgotten truth. The god of Salt was a benevolent god, adored by the people, not to mention powerful. She wouldn't have any kind of shameful secrets to hide. So, the one who wants to hide some truth is very possibly her killer, Morax.
This doesn't sound like something the Lord of Geo would do, though.
Who cares about all that? It sounds like countless treasures of the god of Salt lie within this ruin, just waiting for someone to find them, right?
You weren't listening at all, were you? Ugh. Even if there's a mountain of treasures inside, nobody can get in if the seal isn't broken.
Ah, but we have the illustrious Mr. Zhongli with us. He looks like he knows just about everything. A little seal shouldn't be any trouble for him.
This seal seems to be quite ancient. Even Mr. Zhongli may not know all of its secrets.
I may know something about it.
What?
Over the years, I've heard various rumors with bits of knowledge about seals. Although their references seem rather disorderly, they do in fact contain the secret to breaking seals. Let's go take a look at the mechanism Miss Wanyan just mentioned.
Okay, since Mr. Zhongli says so, follow me then.
One of the first contraption means there's going to be more than one. Yeah, do enough to get him up there. I just need boatloads more of the other stuff.
Here it is. There's some debris scattered here that, when put together, look like they definitely had to do with the god of Salt. According to the inscription on the side, if one looks from a certain angle, the secret to the mechanism will be revealed.
There we go.
See that? Although we activated the mechanism, nothing happened to the seal.
That's because there's actually another mechanism that must be activated.
Hello, Aura Prime.
Another?
Let me lead the way from here.
This place seems familiar. Huh, I remember. I think there's some elemental monuments here. So you're saying they're related to all this? When I investigated the seal last time, I had someone with a vision accompany me. But when we lit up all the elemental monuments, nothing happened.
That's because you don't just need to activate them at the same time, but in a certain order as well. Otherwise, the seal will not be broken. The secret to this puzzle is hidden in the legends about the Archon War. Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun in the west, Qingse in the north. All desolate and devoid of life. Liyue is vast, yet even one haven is hard to find.
To the north, to the east. Do the people of Liyue always talk in riddles?
I I think I've heard this saying before.
Certainly you have. And the contents of this saying are also related to the god of salt. To provide a haven for her people, whose lives had been ravaged by the Archon War. This benevolent god searched all across Liyue. At that time, with the chaotic fires of war engulfing the land, even one sliver of peace was a luxury. And that haven she eventually found is right here. Today, it is known as Sal Turai.
How sad then. In the end, this peaceful place was destroyed by Morax.
Okay, enough with these ancient stories. Now that we have the clue, hurry up and break the seal. Whatever happened doesn't matter as long as we can get inside that ruin.
Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun in the west, Qingce in the north. With this clue, you should be able to solve the puzzle.
Yes, it's definitely a good add-on.
Fourth, moments of birth.
By royal decree.
So south. East. West. North. Nope. I go for max power,
Look,
not for max
The
mean.
seal really was broken. Mr. Zhongli is indeed quite remarkable.
It was nothing, really. Now, it's time that people learn the hidden truth lost to time.
Moments of birth.
The game, will I drown? No. But it was close.
Before entering the ruin, I have a proposal that will help us prevent the kind of senseless arguing between you two that we saw at Guyenstone Forest.
Okay. What is it?
I propose you two agree upon a contract, stipulating that we alternate who gets claim to each treasure we encounter, with only one object permitted per claim. To show my sincerity, I won't be taking any treasure. This will just be between you all.
Hey! Don't pass an opportunity like this up so easily!
I don't agree. I mean, you want me to split the treasure with this amateur archaeologist? No, absolutely not.
I don't agree either. He will only defile the precious relics left behind by the god of salt. I can't accept this.
Well then, if the contract is not agreed upon, I will no longer serve as your consultant on this expedition. You will have to rely on your own experience to find whatever treasures are hidden in this ruin, as well as traps.
You have the audacity to demand this. Okay then. Even half of the treasure in the long-sealed ruin of the god of salt should be enough to make a fortune.
If you want me to agree upon this contract, so be it. I just have one request, Mr. Zhongli. If we discover the truth behind the god of salt, you must judge it fairly, even if the truth harms Morax's image.
I can accept this arrangement. Well then, Let's go.
Gotta take all the free stuff. Look at all those lightning numbers. So good.
First one.
I don't care. They offer me one more, I take it. Yeah, he does. He does many a chop. And I'm working on making him chop better too. Because he's got a defensive sword right now. But I want to get him the. I mean, I have it. I just have to upgrade it. The one that you get from Dragonspire. That has the physical damage bonus on it. Yeah. Right now I've got White Blind. But I've got the Snow-Tombed Star Silver, which just has bonus physical damage. But I need to get more things to upgrade it. Mm-hmm. Do not question the elevated one. The one thing I have really liked using it for is the bounties you can do, where like the enemy takes bonus damage on plunging attacks, because then I can actually just use plunging attacks instead of having to find a wall. Okay, time to go. The Mysteries of Salt. Recommended Geo. Oh, baby. Ooh. Oh no, did people get saltified?
Are these statues?
No. These are people.
Duh.
They were probably followers of the god of salt.
How did they become this way?
What in the world is hidden deep in this ruin?
Solidify!
By royal decree.
See, why climb like a peon when you can just elevator? It's just the superior way.
Look at this! It's filled halfway with salt.
Just looks like a fancy salt holder. Seems like the god of salt was a god lacking in treasures.
According to my knowledge, it's no ordinary vessel. Although it is only half full, it is also forever half full. That is to say, it is bottomless.
What? You're saying that even if I pour the salt out, the amount inside won't change?
Exactly.
Able to produce endless salt. The god of salt is powerful indeed.
Finally, after all that effort, I've found precious treasure. I claim this as mine. I just need to pour the endless salt into 1,000 or 10,000 bags. I can sell it and make a fortune.
Hey, how can you use a relic of the god of salt for such a shallow pursuit?
If Mr. Clement wants this salt chalice, then the next object we find will belong to Miss Wanyan, according to the contract agreed upon.
Of course, as we agreed. But how can anything be worth more than this rare find?
Since we have a contract, it's no use for me to fight with him.
Then let's move on, shall we?
Order
Get me
guide
here.
Crumble.
That's why he got petrified. The god of salt was like, no, get out. You are no follower of mine. Later.
Just a simple ruler. Doesn't look to be worth anything.
Oh, yeah.
This, if I remember correctly, this is some kind of measuring tool.
Indeed. But the god of salt imbued it with another power. When you stick this ruler in the ground, the surrounding area will become covered in salt, much like a rising tide covers the earth. The deeper it is stuck in the ground, the more salt will appear. It is essentially a bumper harvest of salt.
What? That's even better than the salt chalice!
Well then, according to our contract, the salt ruler goes to Miss Wanyan.
No, unacceptable. I paid for and organized this entire expedition. Why should I get the short end of the stick? And this girl has been useless! Why would she get anything?
Oh boy. Here we go again.
So you are saying you want to break the contract?
So what if I break it? Now that I've seen how the mechanisms in this ruin work, I no longer need you. Let's not forget who hired who here. Why should I let you make the rules?
Because you agreed to a contract. Rex Lapis once said, "Ones who break their contracts shall suffer the wrath of the rock."
That is one of your Liyue gods. I am from Snezhnaya. I
will suffer the wrath of the rock. You may find it rather unpleasant.
First point.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Moment of birth.
I like self-proclaimed archaeologist.
No escape.
Leaving so soon. Prepare yourself.
Quake! I will have order. Moment of birth.
Can't run from death.
I shall confiscate your treasure as well. You are not worthy to continue any further into the ruin. Leave this place.
Oh, darn you! Just you wait.
Some archaeological survey. He could only pretend for so long. Yeah! Good thing Paimon can smell a liar from a mile away.
Clement's wrongdoing stemmed from greed, yes. But besides greed, there are many other things that may tempt us to break contracts. When people see the object of their dreams, how many are really able to control their desire and follow the contract? I think we should be honest with each other now.
Huh? Be honest about what?
That in truth, not a single member of this archaeological expedition came here for archaeology.
Why do you say that?
Miss, you lack even the most basic archaeological knowledge, and can recognize naught but a few simple relics. However, you are an expert when it comes to anything regarding the god of salt. You aren't interested in archaeology or relics. What you're really interested in is the god of salt. I believe those legends about the god of salt that you mentioned on the Pearl Galley are passed down between generations at Yinyuan Hall.
Okay, that's enough. Sir, you are indeed a man of great knowledge and talents. I seem to have been right to seek you out once I plucked up my courage. You're right. I'm not a scholar of archaeology. I come from one of the 8 trades under the jurisdiction of the Qixing, Yinyuan Hall of the salt industry. Our ancestors were those protected by the god of salt all those years ago, when the Archon War engulfed the land in chaos.
Oh, right! Now that you mention it, the people of Liyue very seldom use the name Morax.
During the war, Morax assassinated our god out of envy for her power. He left us alone and lost in the world. We hate him! But this is Morax's Liyue after all. And its history is written as he wishes. So I seek proof of Morax's guilt. He has blood on his hands and cruelty in his heart. We agreed to a contract that we will face the truth head on, didn't we, Mr. Zhongli? You must judge this history fairly.
Naturally, of course. But I must add, Liyue is no longer Morax's Liyue. Come with me. All the answers you seek lie ahead.
Burst forth.
Get Pog.
Come into being. Live. Order guide you. Quake! Quake! This is order. Order guide you.
I thought I saw a chest. No. No. Okay, there we go. Gotta get that millennia old wheat.
This is a sword? Aha! It's a broken sword! This is proof! This proves that the god of salt had to fight back against the evil Morax. But sadly, she was defeated. The power of this sword surely is much greater than that of the Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler. If we can repair the sword, then we can show the world the mighty power of the god of salt.
It does look like something left behind after being defeated in battle.
2 pieces of a broken sword. From an archaeological perspective, these are 2 separate relics. According to the contract, you can only claim one.
Why? We were alternating claims to treasure, true. But Clement is no longer here.
Yes, but the only one object per claim clause still holds true. You cannot take 2 relics at the same time.
This logic!
Zhongli, she seems like a good person, and no one is fighting over the treasure. How about you let this one slide, huh?
When there's a contract, nothing can be allowed to slide. If the contract is not followed, then it is broken.
No! If I only take 1/2, then it can't be repaired, and the power of the god of salt cannot be restored. No matter what, I must be faithful to her. Even if it breaks the contract, I don't care.
So you are already decided? Then there is a price to pay for breaking the contract.
Zhongli!
That is to say, you consign yourself to suffer the wrath of the rock.
That's okay. The god of salt gave up her life to protect her people. My sacrifice is nothing compared to that. Punish me however you want. Just let me take this proof of my faith.
No, you can't hit her!
Perhaps that punishment would be easier for her. But, as punishment, I will tell you the truth.
Huh? The truth? You mean the truth is my punishment?
Yes. The truth that I am about to tell you shall be your price to pay for breaking the contract. I'm afraid to say that the god of salt, Havria, was not the powerful god you imagine her to be. Rather, she was a small and weak god who yielded to all other gods. When it came to war, she lost, never able to win a seat among the 7.
What?
During the Archon War, the gods of this world used all their strength and cunning to vie for control of Tevat. But Havria instead chose to flee. She thought that by giving up before a fight could start, she could save herself and her people from the war. However, during such a long war, there is no end to the advances of aggressors. After making countless concessions, Havria lost all of her lands, until only one small haven remained.
No. No! It can't be so.
In her last days, she had not even a single blade to defend her people with.
Not even a single blade? Then... this sword...
This sword is not a relic belonging to the god of salt, but is instead the murder weapon used to kill her.
Murder weapon? No! That's not true! That can't be true! You're trying to test my faith in the god of salt!
As I said before, I only state the facts.
Preposterous! You are a follower of Morax! Don't try to trick me!
Hey! Hey! Come back!
It is a punishment after all. I did not want to tell her such cruel facts, but the contract was broken. Let's follow her deeper into the ruin. There, I fear, we will find something that will leave her no choice but to face the truth.
Are these statue thingies running? What will we find ahead?
Salt. And betrayal.
Anything on the sides?
What are all these? What did they see? What did they do? What happened?
Since you do not trust me, let us continue onward. That which lies beyond this door will show you all that happened back then.
Sneak ahead. Look at the books. Oh. Oh.
This is the scene of the crime. Havria's body dissipated, leaving nothing but these traces of salt. Her dying moments have since been frozen in time to this very day. The story continues that some among her people realized at last that this gentle, kind, but weak god could never protect anyone in wartime. The Archon War was cruel in the extreme. Instead of consigning her to the agony of defeat, they thought perhaps it would be better to give her a quick release.
But what about these statue thingies?
No matter how weak the god, the power that flows forth when they are slain is beyond the strength of mortal coils to bear. Those who could not flee were thus transformed. Those of her people who were untouched by this disaster left for Liyue, where they sought refuge with Rex Lapis. Their descendants feared Havria's remnants and lived in terror that she had laid upon them an eternal curse. So they risked their lives to come here, to break the sword, and offer up obeisances in hopes that her anger might be appeased. But they need not have done so. For how could a god who had never once resisted, even till the end, nurse hatred for her people in her heart.
Even if this is so, I can't! This must be a lie. A false history, all of it! Don't you dare try to shake my faith!
Yikes. Zhongli didn't show any mercy this time either.
This is the price she must pay. Yet I would not call it a bad thing. Judging by how she appeared, I fear that she will struggle for a time. But even if she may not escape that struggle immediately, simply recognizing the truth is good enough for now. Indeed. In ages past, Havria's story served as a warning to me as well. Faith in a god who has already passed will do you no good. So it is for Havria. And so it is for Morax also. All right then. Now, would you like to accompany me in taking a trip to Guyonstone Forest?
Huh? What do you want to do, Zhongli?
Treading old ground, telling old stories. One cannot help but be reminded of old acquaintances.
All right. Let's see who's on. Okay, it's just gonna forget how all that works. I can't remember who I actually follow. So let's see if the app remembers. Nope, it has no idea who's actually online. That's really weird. Well, let's look on.
Going out into the world and investigating, turning the unknown into the known. I miss this feeling.
Nope. I cannot see a way to actually find out who's live, because apparently it's not showing me anyone that is on live or not. So it won't show me like my friends. Okay, so show me through here.
What a view. How about a quick break so I can sketch this beautiful scenery?
Yep, I cannot find who's online. So thanks everybody for hanging out and watching D&D and then switching over to Genshin for a little bit. My son's getting up, so my wife is going to want to do kind of a late lunch thing. But we'll see you all next Saturday for when they go into the Nautiloid and deal with some Mind Flayers. Thanks everybody